I think I'm going to get this right. Lieutenant Romero, is that correct? I apologize, but it's Lieutenant, right? Okay, cool. Do you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. That'll take us to item 1.03, which is our 2020 and 2021 as well, Ventura County Community College Board of Trustees ground rules. We have a very full agenda tonight, trustees, as we're all aware of. And my only ask is, of course, these have been reviewed, is my role as chair. When we get to some of these items, we'll kind of really try, or I will really try and facilitate that we all have an opportunity to speak once, and then kind of come to a consensus. And if there's interest to continue the conversation, we'll do that. So I just wanted to mention that. And Trustee McKay, Vice Chair McKay, has been working on the back end on some evaluation things with her work with the CCLC and our hard work with accreditation. So there will also be a rubric of sort, or some questions to help facilitate us in our road of evaluating the end of our meeting. So when we come back down from closed session, you'll see those rubrics, which I think will help craft. And they're just in draft form, but when we get to that item, which is way deep in maybe the 600s or 700s of our board binders, those of us using paper, will address that as well. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay. Now it's going to take us to 1.04, and we do have a closed session agenda. And before I ask if there are any papers, here we go. If there are any public comments just for closed session, I'm going to read off the agenda. So we have 3 items. The first one is 2.01, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release, Government Code 54957, one case. 2.02, Conference with Labor Negotiators, AFT, SEIU, Government Code 54957.6. Last but not least, Public Employee Performance Annual Evaluation, Chancellor, and Government Code 54957. So those will be our 3 items for closed session, which of course will be upstairs. If there are any public comments for closed session, now would be the time. I see 1 hand raised. I see 2. All right. I feel like now I've heard we have 4 individuals have entered in to speak. So I'm thinking, thank you for that. So we have what we've received, and I say we as the district: Allison Case Barton, Peter Sezzi via Zoom, Tiffany Powluck, and Ty Gardner. This again is for closed session. So are there any names of individuals that would like to speak for closed session that I did not read off there? So we're good. Okay, then I'm going to go through this list. There's 4 individuals. If they are here in person or they are here on Zoom, please identify yourself, but I'm just going to go right from the list that I have. And that first public speaker will be Allison Case Barton. And the next 2 minutes is yours.
Greetings, Chair Chancellor, Board Trustees, and Chancellor Gillespie. Again, my name is Allison Barton. I'm the Moore Park College Student Health Center Coordinator, but I come here this evening on behalf of my fellow coordinators, Deanna McFadden at OC and Mary Jones at VC, to share our concerns about the AFT MOU circulated last week and the subject of negotiation this evening. As members, we were able
Sorry, is your microphone on, or maybe could you put it closer? I don't hear it as a microphone. I hear you.
Is
fine,
that, is that better?
Yes.
Oh,
thank
good.
you.
Okay. I'm just short. That's all. So as members, we were able to share our concerns at the AFT meeting last week. However, we wanted to make sure that you heard them directly. So number 1, please use Student Health Center clinical staff where medical staff is written in that MOU. We don't have doctors on staff, and clinical is more inclusive. Additionally, only MDs, PAs, or NPs, which are nurse practitioners, may write waivers. We are very concerned that faculty without verified vaccination or an approved waiver may be able to test out of being vaccinated. Since testing does not prevent COVID, vaccination prevents COVID, at least serious cases and death. We are very concerned about medically vulnerable people on campus and/or families who are particularly susceptible to COVID. The more people allowed to come on campus without being vaccinated, the greater danger to them and their families. Also, the more unvaccinated people on campus we have, the more disruptive it is for everyone. Anyone who has not been vaccinated needs to quarantine every time there is an exposure, including faculty, staff, and students in classrooms and workspaces. Add to that, managing the whole testing and all of that. The 3 AFT members in the student health centers are united in our strong support of legitimate medical and religious exemptions to the COVID-19 vaccine mandate only. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next will be Peter Sezzi, and I believe that's via Zoom. So we're gonna do some magic, and hopefully I see you, Peter, way up top there. So the next 2 minutes are yours.
Okay, here, I'll start my timer too. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm just here to talk about a couple of inconsistencies that are currently happening with non-instructional faculty in terms of reporting to work versus instructional faculty. And I'm going to take an approach that you might not anticipate. One problem that we are currently noticing right now is all non-instructional faculty are being mandated to report to work. I've been here every day since the semester started, and I love it. It's great to be back. It's great to have students in the library. But at the same time, we're still serving a very high percentage of students online. We're still doing all of our online services that we started during COVID, because that's the expectation from our students, while we're providing in-person services. I looked at our statistics last week. We've had about 400 interactions since the start of the semester, almost split down the middle, 200 in person, 200 on Zoom, on LibChat online, where we're answering questions of students, online. One concern that we have is when we're being mandated to be on campus to provide our online services, is if there's any exposure on campus, then in the library, then we would have to close down the library if the contact tracing was in here. So my concern is, how am I going to be able to continue to keep the library open, which meets the needs of a lot of students, when half of our usage is coming from students who are taking distance ed classes? When all of the full-time librarians and all the part-time librarians have to come into campus to report to work, that only increases the likelihood that when there is an exposure on campus in the library, we're going to have to shut down our access because we won't have anyone here who would be able to report to work. The part that gets really weird is if there's contact tracing and people are mandated to not come into work, even if they're not feeling ill, they would have to use sick leave, even if they're still helping students online. So maybe well-intentioned, but having all non-instructional faculty report to work is only going to increase the likelihood that we'll have to close the doors to in-person services, at least from the non-instructional side. So maybe it's something just to think about. A one-size-fits-all rule doesn't really work out in the long run if we have to close any contact point because of potential contact tracing. And forcing people to use their sick leave, even if they're not sick enough not to work online, just seems punitive at best. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. Next is Tiffany Pollock. Hi, Tiffany.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Tiffany Pollock, and I am from Moore Park College. I am the department chair of chemistry. I'm the vice president of academic senate. I serve on both EdCap and curriculum standing committees. I'm the lead faculty for our HighFlex program on Moore Park College campus. And I'm currently Moore Park College's full-time faculty of the month. I have been teaching on-ground chemistry courses for over a year. I went back in August of 2020. I chose to teach those classes on ground because many of the nursing students that I teach are applying to nursing programs that are starting to prefer or prioritize students that have on-ground labs. I have carefully followed all safety protocols to keep myself and my students safe. And I am unvaccinated, and I will not become vaccinated. I have made this choice after extensive research and discussion with my doctor. It is a thoughtful, educated choice, and one that is right for my circumstances. I do not qualify for a medical exemption, and I am asking the board to add a COVID testing option to the vaccine mandate without a medical or religious exemption. The state of California has mandated vaccines for all state employees or weekly COVID testing. The state of California has mandated vaccination for all K through 12 teachers or weekly COVID testing. The federal government has mandated vaccination for all businesses with over 100 employees or weekly COVID testing. We have the testing company Biocept already providing testing at no cost to the district. For anyone with insurance, they're reimbursed. There is a great deal of negotiation happening right now with both unions. We are negotiating the coaching, the counseling, the unpaid leave, and the layoffs that people like me will experience. There would be no need for this discussion of noncompliance if a COVID testing option was available. I understand we are trying to keep our campus safe. I have been there for over a year during COVID, teaching my students and keeping them safe. Moore Park College is my home. I am a valuable faculty member, and I want you to consider the impact that this mandate has on me and other faculty like me, many of whom are afraid to speak out. But I'm not afraid. I'm not going to become vaccinated. And I want you to consider a COVID testing alternative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And last but not least, Ty Gardner.
Chancellor and members of the board, thank you for having me. AFT 1828 met with district representatives 3 times on August 17th, September 1st, and September 8th to discuss BP 3506 and develop an MOU regarding its implementation. We have exchanged proposals and spent a day discussing the intent of some language in the BP and AP. We have some common ground. We share a concern for the safety of students, employees, and the community. Additionally, both parties recognize that a high vaccination rate is essential to any return to normal. We found some differences. The district proposal provides motivation only via the stick. AFT proposes a carrot and stick approach. Consider, for example, the carrots being employed to incentivize vaccination and registration for our students. Furthermore, the district proposal risks the mid-semester disruption of classes and services by effectively terminating unvaccinated faculty on October 15th. AFT seeks to provide a safe environment without disrupting the fall 2021 semester. As instructors and providers of services, we understand that the timeline of higher education is the semester. Prior to the start of a semester, we develop a plan for everything from our introduction on first day of classes to our final exams and entering grades. We hope to adjust to the vagaries of chance as we did in spring 2020, but understand that significant changes to the plan are threats to student success. We can employ other safety measures as called for in the BP and AP to avoid a mid-semester failure of services to our students. We look forward to meeting with the district again and hope our next meeting brings us closer together. If you're wondering how to incentivize faculty, you need only listen to it. In BP 3506, you, quote, embrace a comprehensive strategy designed to reduce the likelihood of transmission of the COVID-19 virus, unquote. Let's develop a truly comprehensive strategy that protects the safety of employees and students while ensuring that our students successfully complete their classes, schedule classes for spring, and prepare for university transfer. If we work together, we can ensure our students have a safe and successful school year. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. That concludes public comments for closed session. Thank you, Vice Chair McKay, for letting me borrow your screen there. Our board and staff will now be heading upstairs for closed session, and we have a tentative time to return at 6 p.m. We, of course, will send some updates down to staff that we can update the screen with a scheduled time, but we're going to shoot for 6 p.m. And we will then, yes. Yeah, so most likely it'll probably be 6:30, but fingers crossed, you never know. So with that, we'll be back. Thank you very much. Bye.
They should know, like, why don't we have
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thanks for us being patient and sticking around. We are officially calling the meeting back to order. We are reconvening in open session, and I know the agenda says 6 p.m., but it is now 7:10 p.m. And first item of business is agenda item 3.02, which is Chancellor's recommendation to the agenda. Chancellor Gillespie. Oh, thank you, Ms. Bauer. We had no action was taken in closed session. Is that correct, Vice? Okay, cool. So no action was taken, and now we are Chancellor Gillespie for item 3.02.
Okay, thank you. The meeting agenda has been reviewed by Consultation Council and is presented for board review and action without constituent objection, excluding item 1501, COVID response update 2021-22, including spring semester. AFT objects to this item on the basis of inconsistent reporting of COVID-19 testing results to employees and inadequate management response to some expressed safety concerns. Also, item 6.01 was not reviewed by Consultation Council, the public comment portion. The Consultation Council members did have a copy of the attached proposal with that item, and that was discussed some at the meeting. That's it.
Thank you for your recommendations to our agenda this evening. And we now are at 3.03, which is changes to the agenda. And we have a couple formal changes. I'm going to read them out. And then we have a couple of administrative or sequencing changes that we'll be doing. So the first one is item 6.03, action to approve 2021-2022 adoption budget for all funds. The page listing the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees incorrectly referenced Mr. Bernardo Perez as chair instead of trustee. Additionally, trustee areas have been designated for each trustee. The Ventura County Community College District trustee area maps was added for the fiscal year 2021-22, and will immediately follow a listing of board trustee and administration. Item 12.02, action to approve ratified board purchase order report number 3 for the fiscal year 2021-22 from July 15, 21 to August 19, 2021. The PO report has been revised to reflect the accurate funding for PO 126365, page 717. The item originally listed the dual funding split between General Fund 111 and CARES Fund 126. The entire purchase is being funded using CARES Fund 126. Yes. Okay. The other item, and Chancellor Gillespie, I believe if you could help me out with this, I believe it is going to be, let me grab this. It is 17.01, which is action to approve ratification of supplemental higher education emergency relief fund institution funds for the fiscal year 2021 is going to be moved to, drum roll.
Just after 6.01.
All right, teamwork. So just after 6.01. So, and that will occur immediately prior to our public hearing for our proposed budget for Ventura County Community College District. Okay. Business. I'll find the right page here. Chancellor's recommendation. Changes to the agenda. Okay, public comments. So, breaking news, we have approximately 78, that is 78 public comments to be heard. So we also have a public hearing scheduled with a certain time of 8 p.m. So I'm looking to my colleagues on the board, but here's an idea that we have 2 members of the public that are here that have filled out public comment cards. We'll start with these 2. Then we will go to the participants of the community that filled out public comment cards to speak via Zoom. And we will go through the list, hearing as many as we can until 8 p.m. Once we hit 8 p.m., we will transition to our other items and hopefully move directly into our adopted budget, which is at 8 p.m. I'm prepared to extend that a little later, but what I'm hoping to avoid is a public hearing on our close to $400 million budget to occur at 11 p.m. tonight. And I don't think that is does our public justice in a sense of transparency. So that's sort of my idea or concept. I'm open for suggestions, and hopefully we can quickly go through the items and public comments as possible. There are also a large number of public comments that have been submitted in written form that the trustees have received. And those will also be included in the agenda. So I don't want to think that, I know in the past when we had a minimal amount of public comments in written form, we've read them out. Chancellor Gillespie has summarized those and is prepared, correct me if I'm wrong, to sort of give the community and our trustees a summary of those, but we will for sure hear from our verbal comments from participants that submitted those. Any thoughts on the tentative plan? All right, we're good. Okay. With that said, we're good. Okay, great. So with that said, number one is Michael Sheets, and that will be followed by Michael Bryant. So we have Michael and Michael, and then the following three people, if you could prepare via Zoom, and if you could raise. Great. Correct. So, yes. So what we will do is we will, you're here, so your priority, okay? So we will hit these two. And then we will, since you filled that out, we will address anyone in the audience that is here to speak, and we'll take care of that, and then we'll go into our list. Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And so I would just say, in preparation for that, if there's anyone in the boardroom, please make sure you have either submitted the proper protocols online and we have your name. If you haven't, there is still time to fill out a public comment card. Ms. Brower has those, and we will make sure that you have your time to publicly speak. They are on the back table. Okay, excellent. So with that, oh, you're already there, Mr. Sheets. Thank you very much. 3 minutes, it's yours.
Chair Chancellor, trustees, Chancellor Gillespie. As the executive director for the AFT, I'm here to share some concerns that our faculty have raised. The return to in-person instruction has been fraught with confusion and misinformation. While we recognize that this situation has been a quickly evolving puzzle that often forced us to adapt, we cannot allow that to become an excuse for unnecessarily placing our faculty, staff, and students at risk. I'm asking the board to address the inconsistent application of the COVID protocols and reporting procedures on its 3 campuses. Our faculty are concerned that the interpretation and application of these protocols are varied, and because of this, many have come to doubt how much protection they actually offer. For example, the number and location of the QR codes visitors must scan while on campus vary from campus to campus. Their purpose is to provide for robust contact tracing in the event of a confirmed exposure, but isn't their effectiveness greatly reduced when there are too few? Faculty have also raised concerns that different campuses are reporting different things, and not all have easily accessible dashboards with accurate numbers. Additionally, we have been told that campuses are using different criteria for determining what constitutes an exposure. Specifically, that a fully vaccinated faculty member is not counted as exposed even when they're exposed to someone who is COVID positive. If this is true, how is that reasonable? As of yesterday, Ventura County has reported 2,449 breakthrough cases with 21 deaths and 129 current hospitalizations. This makes it clear that while the risks are far lower, there are still risks to the fully vaccinated. In addition, management at different campuses are treating quarantine faculty differently. Some are permitted to work from home and others are not. We must have a uniform policy that permits quarantine faculty who are not ill to work from home. Allow me to share a personal experience. As a part-time instructor, I am on campus at Oxnard College every week. I follow all check-in and COVID safety measures. Yesterday, I began receiving emails from students in my class informing me that they would not be attending this week because they were quarantined due to a positive COVID exposure in another class. My program shares a relatively small common space with many students who are enrolled in multiple courses simultaneously, and yet the only information I received about an exposure incident was from my students directly. Yet in other cases, managers have shut down entire departments over a single exposure. We must have a more consistent approach to identifying and responding to exposures with specific plans for all departments, both instructional and non-instructional. Failure to provide accurate, consistent, and real-time data at Oxnard College continues to erode the faculty's sense of safety and security. This is why our members are continuing to ask for remote work options. We will continue to fight for our members' rights to a safe workplace, and until the district can actually provide one, remote work options should be made available to all faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Sheets. And next would be Michael Bryant.
Okay, Chancellor Gillespie, Board of Trustees. My name is Michael Bryant, and I am an AFT union representative at Moore Park College. I'm here tonight on behalf of all our faculty to share the safety concerns raised at our last union meeting by faculty at all of our campuses. The district unilaterally announced that all employees would return to on-ground operations on August 2nd, 2021. This announcement was accompanied by assurances by the Chancellor to AFT that faculty, both instructional and non-instructional, would have everything they needed to feel confident that returning to in-person work would be safe. We were promised PPE such as masks, etc. Most importantly, we were guaranteed that all concerns over inadequate HVAC systems were addressed and remedied before anyone would be required to return to campus. However, since that time, we have been inundated with concerns from our membership at all three campuses that seriously does not reflect the Chancellor's commitment to ensuring the safety of our faculty. Recently, serious questions regarding the status of the HVAC system at Ventura College have been raised by faculty in the gym and counselors in the SSC building. Faculty at other campuses have brought their concerns to us over other areas of concern, including inadequate office space for non-classroom faculty at OC and failure to provide the promised alternative on-campus work locations at the other campuses. Some have voiced their fears that management has either failed to address their safety concerns, or if they have addressed them, they have not clearly communicated the remedial action taken in a timely manner. Thus, the reason for the recent resolutions from each counseling department. We recognize that the task at hand is a huge undertaking. Faculty know better than anyone how difficult it is to shift from one modality to another. After all, we did it 18 months ago in a matter of weeks. In fact, we have done everything that this district has asked us to do because our dedication to the best interests of our students is always foremost in our minds. Now, when we are facing yet another challenge, we are left wondering why many of our faculty feel that they have been abandoned. When faculty are left in the dark or are being given conflicting or incomplete information, it causes fear to spread like wildfire. Thus, many are requesting to work from home at this time. For that reason, we are asking that the district meet individually with each faculty member who speak personally about the safety concerns that they have raised to us. The town halls held by respective campus presidents have proven to be ineffective venues to address the safety concerns our faculty are bringing to us. Asking for group input does not address the individual fears and concerns that our faculty have, and the resulting sense that our faculty are left with is that their district is inhumane and does not really care about their welfare. To address this, managers need to recognize and respond to every faculty safety concern in a clear and consistent manner. Failure to do this can only result in further degradation of all faculty members' sense of security and safety. AFT will continue to strongly advocate for a safe workplace for all faculty. If the district cannot provide a safe workplace for each faculty member, then all faculty should be allowed to work from home until the district can provide a safe workplace. Thank you.
Thank you for that public comment. So we're now going to go to anyone in the public that has either filled out a public comment card, seeing no others. And I'm going to go, rather than read off the list of individuals that is quite long, I'm going to ask that if you'd like to come to the podium and state your name, I will match it up and make sure it's there, and we'll be good to go.
My name is Tiffany Pollock. Did you match it up? Am I good to go? Sorry. Okay. So I'm Tiffany Pollock. I am a professor of chemistry at Moore Park College, and I'm here tonight to advocate for my students and student athletes. 5 days before the start of the semester, you passed a vaccine mandate, and students have been told that if they are not planning to be vaccinated, they should drop their in-person courses. They will be able to get an EW and a refund. They have been told that they are not being forced to be vaccinated. They can simply take online courses. My students don't have an online option. Science majors in my department have to take an organic chemistry course. There is no online option. Science majors that are enrolled in that course cannot continue on their academic plan. The case is far worse for athletes. Athletes can't go online. There's no online basketball. There's no online volleyball. Students that are choosing to be unvaccinated have been told they have to quit the sport that they have played all their lives. They will no longer have opportunities for scholarships. I have heard from coaches at my campus that some teams may not have enough players to make a roster. They will have to forfeit the entire season. Trustee Torres, you said at the last meeting that you wish you had more input from students. So I asked my students. I conducted an anonymous poll, and 25% of my students are unvaccinated and not planning on becoming vaccinated. I just passed out scraps of paper and I had them write yes or no, truly anonymous. Then I asked them another question. I asked this question of my students that are in my on-ground course with students they know are unvaccinated. I asked the question, do you support a COVID testing option to keep the students in your class and other students taking on-ground classes in class?
30 seconds.
93.5% of my students said they support a COVID testing option to keep students in class. I believe your heart is in the right place. I know you are trying to protect our community, but I'd like to quote from your COVID response update. VCCCD COVID-19 protocols and operations have been effective in preventing any known COVID-19 transmission at any of our locations. I ask you to consider a COVID testing option for our students.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pollock. Is there anyone else? Do we have any other public comment cards? Just kind of saw some movement around. Okay, excellent for 9:06. We have a hand. All right, come on up, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chancellor. My name is Carlos Juarez. Thank you. Good evening, Board Chair, Chancellor, Vice Chair McKay, trustees, and Dr. Gillespie. My name is Carlos Juarez, and I come to you before you this evening on behalf of Santa Clara Valley Together. I'm also currently the mayor of the city of Santa Paula, but I'm not here on behalf of the city council. And I'm here to address agenda item 6.01. We want to thank you on behalf of everyone in our valley who has benefited from the decisions you have made, as well as those who will benefit from your future decisions. Historically, the valley was promised through the validation of voter approval, considerable educational opportunities, which included an educational center that would replace Ventura College East Campus. So far, we have received considerably less than that. A larger campus at a new location in Santa Paula would help us in our economic development efforts in the valley. One of the hallmarks of the modern workplace is the need for retaining new skills, new certificates, etc. An educational partner with instructional facilities close to the workplace would encourage employers to stay in the Valley or choose to locate in the Valley. This would in turn help us reduce unemployment and underemployment, and so help families and our communities become more self-sufficient. Equity requires that the Santa Clara Valley share in the resources and resulting prosperity enjoyed by other cities in the county. These improved educational facilities and staff will help to bring hope and economic opportunity to the Santa Clara Valley. We strongly encourage you to keep the educational center as a top priority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next. It's really hard not to know your name before you come up, so I apologize. But sir, what's your name?
Tony Magana.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Magana. 3 minutes is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Tony Magana, and I'm a student from Ventura College, and I am here to speak about the vaccine mandate. So the vaccination mandate has caused a stir amongst the population of students who are facing being dropped from their classes on October 15th. So why should students be dropped from their classes for making a personal choice to not be vaccinated? And yes, it is a personal choice. We're all responsible adults, responsible for our own health, and if someone decides that it is in their best interest to not be vaccinated, then that should be okay with the rest of us. And if someone weighs the risks and decides they don't feel safe from COVID, then it is their responsibility to get themselves vaccinated. I do not have statistics on the number of students who remain unvaccinated and enrolled in in-person classes to this day, but they do exist. It should not matter how large this population is. It should only matter that there is one, because all students should have the opportunity to get the highest quality education. And let's be honest with ourselves. In-person classes and online classes are not the same. The hands-on experience you get from learning in a classroom is unmatched in the virtual setting, especially when we were talking about lab classes. I would like to see a survey done so that we can have some numbers to show just how many of these students there are. Students facing being dropped should not have to endure the stress and pressure of having to take a vaccine that they don't want in order to go to school. If the vaccine was going to be mandated, then this should have been done earlier. It was only mandated about 1 week before classes started. At this time, classes are full and schedules are set, and you cannot possibly expect students to be able to completely switch their entire class schedules in 1 week, especially not the week before they start. If the decision were up to me, I would not mandate the vaccine at all, but the decision is not mine. So my suggestion to you is that if it is to be mandated, then it should begin next semester when students have more time to prepare. Or maybe we should explore other options such as COVID testing. If this isn't possible, then all of the in-person classes this semester should be adapted to hybrid so that no students have to be dropped from their classes. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. Okay, next.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. My name is Sherry Cash. I'm a returning student to Ventura College, first enrolled in the late 90s. I'm an IHSS in-home care provider. I brought my boss back because he lost use of his hands to learn how to use Dragon Speaks in the EAC department, of which I've always maintained an affiliation with for myself. I am 68 years old and graduated I didn't graduate. I passed my first algebra test in my life at age 53 with the assistance of the EAC. I cried and cried. I didn't know I had a learning disability. So when I recently brought my boss back in with his fancy walker to learn in the beach, the LRC, how to use computers, he's slow, but he's learning very well. I got so excited with being on campus again that I decided to go towards my AA degree and not let it slide, even though I've been over a 20-year active community member, joining and helping the homeless get housing, people with addiction and mental illness. many public figures, County Board of Supervisors, and the City of Ventura City Council have appointed me on Brown Act committees because I represent the in the trenches person. I went back to school at Ventura College in in the spring of last year. And I was so excited that I went ahead and took 4 classes this semester. But I didn't find out, even though I read everything, that there was going to be a mandate. So all of my exuberance got squashed immediately. And now I know there's exemptions, there's medical exemptions, and there's religious exemptions. What I'd like to know is who's in charge of deciding the criteria for that to be declined on both of them? Who has the final word? And how are students going to be participating in those decisions? Because if you're going to meet, as Damien said on his video, if you're going to meet us where we're at individually as students, then you have to do that and accommodate for us like Vaughn's did. Senior citizens go from 7:30 to 8:30. It is a virus. Viruses are doing what viruses always do. And we're responsible for taking care of ourselves without making division of who wears a mask, who doesn't, who gets tested, who gets vaxxed. It creates
30
division.
seconds.
So I'm hoping that you'll be able to give me information that will answer my questions and tell me, it's my first time here, tell me who to contact and how to address the issue personally so I can share it with fellow students. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Is there anyone else here? Okay, hearing none, we are now going to go through the list of individuals that have submitted verbal requests for public comments. And this is the order that they've been received. It looks like they're in ABC order by first name. So with that said, the first name I see is Alejandra Gonzalez. So I'm going to read off 6 names. If those 6 names, if you could please sort of put a hand up on the Zoom so the wonderful support staff that we have can kind of get you prepared to be on our screen. So not only can we hear you, but we can also see you. So I'm going to read off 6 names, and we have Alejandra Gonzalez, Ana Marie Vallavilla, Brandon D'Amico. Next is Carlos David Chacon, Cassandra Marcom. So I think that's 6. That's 5. So in the last of this group will be Cesar Flores. All right. I think we see Alejandra. Is that correct? All right, Alejandra, hopefully you'll be able to unmute yourselves, and the next 3 minutes is yours.
Well, actually, this is Ana Maria, so unless you have Alejandra there.
Do
you want me to go ahead?
I do not see Alejandra. So Ana Maria, you are here. So let's do this. It's all you.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor and the Presidents for listening to our public comments. I am here to request that you support the counselors of Oxnard College and all the colleges in addressing the needs of its students. The pandemic truly did hurl all the counselors in providing remote services. Our goal was to continue seamless service to our students during this time. We were able to do so through the support of managers and classified staff. Pre-COVID, we were already providing and enhancing at Oxnard College online counseling services through email counseling assistance, online grad-ups, prerequisite waivers, among other services. Because of COVID, we fast-forwarded enhancing our services through remote counseling. Thank you, IT. Counselors were able to access their tools electronically and work with students via phone or my preference and others, one-to-one Zoom sessions. Through Zoom, we shared our screens, interacted face-to-face, and we were able to facilitate navigating our services to include educational planning. Does remote counseling replace in-person counseling? This is especially for you, Trustee Torres. Absolutely not. It's another tool we avail ourselves of to assist our students, especially the working adult. In the past, this was always a quandary as we tried to provide the challenge of providing counselor services to these students with limited resources, specifically counselors. Another challenge has always been office space to house our adjunct counselors. Through remote counseling, we are able to have the counselors we need at the time students need. We don't have to worry about office space. And I haven't even, not even addressing at this point, and we have something, a resolution from the our college counseling department in relationship to COVID and how we in 6-foot offices aren't able to maintain social distancing for a 45-minute counseling. But that aside, remote counseling is not diminished services, rather a best practice as noticed by the State Chancellor's Office. Please allow our dean the right of assignment as delineated by the AFT contract regarding time, days, and location. Support our counselors district-wide in providing the best services possible in their
30 seconds.
respective colleges. Thank you, based on their student needs as identified in respective program reviews. Thank you, and I am available for any additional questions you may have. Appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you for your public comment and making yourself available. Just confirming Alejandra Gonzalez is not in the cyber waiting room.
I am now. Sorry.
Oh, excellent. All
Working mom
right.
with a toddler.
I can relate to that. Okay, Alejandra Gonzalez, your 3 minutes is starting now.
Okay, perfect. Good evening, board members and Chancellor Gillespie. My name is Alejandra Gonzalez, and I'm a counseling services specialist at Moore Park College. I would like to speak on behalf of the mandate to have all classified staff and non-instructional faculty return to campus. After a month and a half of being on campus, the fear of contracting COVID-19 has not lessened. We feel there is a lack of security towards our
Alejandra, we lost your audio. We heard about the first 10 seconds, then we lost you there.
have COVID. Departments will not have the required staff to help students for the upcoming term. I've had to request leave because I've had COVID-19 symptoms and felt anxiety not only because of my symptoms, but also for not being able to work remotely and leaving my colleagues to cover for me when they already have their plates full. Again, I'm asking the board to consider flexibility with remote work. Having less contact with people lowers the cases of COVID for students and staff. The district should be proactive when it comes to COVID and not reactive. Being reactive leaves staff and students vulnerable to contracting COVID. Many employees are suffering from anxiety and fear of COVID, and it affects our mental health. Our mental health is essential to be productive employees. As a community college, we pride ourselves in offering many options and flexibility for our students in terms of different pathways that we offer for them. And I asked myself, why is the board not offering the same flexibility with employees? I would also, alongside flexibility with remote work, like to request the board to extend the COVID leave beyond September 30th, as there will be cases after this date and employees will need this leave after that September 30th deadline. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Alejandra Gonzalez. Next, we have Brandon, followed by Carlos, and then Cassandra, and then Cesar Flores.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Trustee members and Chancellor Gillespie. I'm going to read a statement. Thank you to the Board of Trustee members who have taken the time to read our emails, and especially for those of you who have responded regarding our COVID-19 and pandemic-related concerns. However, the lack of planning, foresight, leadership, and transparency is evident as hundreds of employees feel unsafe. Communication from district administration, human resources, and management down has been poor. Responses to our concerns, such as, quote, "We hear you, please be patient, and we are following CDC and OSHA and local health ordinances," does not give us employees who have been forced to work side by side with students and colleagues alike any possible hope for a safer environment. Currently, safety protocols and health ordinances will not stop the spread of an airborne virus, especially when HVAC has been inoperable, contact tracing codes have not been enforced, and counseling front desk staff is non-existent. We can only hope to contain COVID and minimize outbreaks by socially distancing, use of PPE, and ultimately by offering more remote services. Data demonstrates how effective student services have been while working remotely over the past 17 months. 42% of students prefer remote services, and no-show rates for student appointments have decreased to 6% over the past academic year as compared to 18% from the pre-pandemic 2017-18 academic year. COVID exposures on campus have affected hundreds of students already, as appointments and workshops have been canceled. Additionally, many students are not planning on receiving the vaccine, which will further affect our district's declining enrollment. Furthermore, there's absolutely been no parity or equity amongst employees. Instructional faculty have been awarded the opportunity to work remotely, and non-instructional faculty and employees should be afforded the same scheduling rights if they choose so. Counselors at Ventura College have been told by management that a hybrid schedule has been created, but enacting this right of assignment is out of their control. As a solution to these challenges our colleges have been facing, we are urging Chancellor Gillespie and the presidents of our campuses to allow local right of assignment under Article 5.1 of the collective bargaining agreement, and trust that our vice presidents, division deans, and department chairs understand the scheduling needs of our students and employees within our departments. As a solution and a tangible plan for fall 2021, Ventura College Counseling created a flexible hybrid phased-in schedule. This elaborate plan demonstrated how Ventura College Counseling Department was prepared to meet the needs of our students safely during the pandemic. We know these are tough and trying times, but we need faith that our administration, executive management, and each board of trustee member will do what is right. My hope is that we can create a safer, positive, and more equity-minded environment, as it is not too late. But we need leadership and action now. Allowing for a more flexible schedule by implementing a hybrid option during this pandemic is the first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carlos David Chacon. Okay, not seeing Carlos. Cassandra Marcom. Cesar Flores. Okay, if any of these names pop up, feel free to flag us down and we'll make sure your allotted time is fulfilled. Let's see here. Chris Hernandez, followed by Danita Red, and followed by Dr. Marian Carrasco Nungare. And then followed again by Dr. Ray Tejada. So I believe we're at Chris Hernandez. Are you here? Okay. Danita Red. All right. Dr. Marian Carrasco Nungare.
Chair, there's a bit of a delay. They're coming in.
Okay, then we'll hang out here and all right. I cannot read the writing. The screen is quite small up at the top there, but I did see somebody unmute themselves. Let's see if we can pin that name and then I can read it off.
This is Marian.
Okay, you're here.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Please begin your 3 minutes.
Okay, let me get my, okay. By now, you all know that the University Transfer Center at Ventura College was closed the first week of the semester as we were all exposed to someone who tested positive for COVID. We were placed on mandatory quarantine as some of us had COVID-like symptoms. Thankfully, all of us tested negative and returned to campus the following week. I've been advocating for the health and safety of all of us because this invisible airborne virus is upon us and we don't feel safe in our work environment. We trusted both the district and we trusted the union when they told us that they were fighting to ensure of our health and safety. As you know, our safety is our work environment free from safe from COVID has not been consistent. The PPE that you provided for us on campus has not kept us from being exposed. And last week when we met with VC administrators, our president told us that perhaps many of our voices were not being heard by the district. So she encouraged us to voice our concerns. So that's why we're here. I'm grateful that you are going to listen to us and understand that many of us fear every day when we go to work that we might get exposed to COVID again. I have exhausted all of the 80 hours of COVID coverage. And so I want to ask the district, have you considered creating a memo of understanding with our union? Can you create some type of COVID leave so that as we go through this pandemic, those of us who are going to be quarantined again or get exposed to COVID can have some kind of fundings? So many people have found this time financial burden. I have other concerns about my unsafe work environment. As other speakers have shared, our HVAC system and the Student Services Center does not work. I'm here to appeal to you, trustees and chancellor. Use a lens of equity. I go to department chairs and coordinators meetings, and I'm so shocked to hear that all my classroom teaching faculty, the colleagues, are told, just plan your spring semester to be on ground 60%, and you could have a hybrid teaching schedule of 40%. Why don't we use that same lens of equity for us student services faculty and staff? Why can't we have some type of hybrid flexibility? I'm here to raise that to you, to let you know that we want to work. We want to continue working, and we want you to allow our administrators to have local decision making and also to provide us with a high flex work schedule. And we need answers. We keep on raising voices. Last month, our colleagues raised voices, and we're not given any answers. We're not hearing anything back. All we're hearing from our administrators are, we have no power. We have no control. It's in the board's hands. The chancellor has mandated.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, and I couldn't read the name. Is there anyone that caught the name?
Danita is
Okay.
Okay, my name is Danita Red. I'm a counselor at Moore Park College. I'm here as a member of the counseling faculty of Moore Park College. My request is for my department. Can you see me, by the way? I think my camera's on. My request is for my department to be treated equal to the other faculty on campus, and our dean be given the flexibility to schedule us in a hybrid model. Before the surge of the Delta variant, I was looking forward to resuming in-person counseling. Then I learned about the aggressiveness of the Delta variant. I realized we are being put in a position to contribute to the continuation of the pandemic by providing an environment where it could spread and where it is. We really all need to spend a little bit more time in quarantine, and it is unacceptable that even one person spread COVID-19 in our workplace. That being said, as I said earlier, I request that counselors use a hybrid model. Also, many of us have worked above and beyond what has been required for our entire careers with the VCCCD and trusted you to have our safety in mind. We are in unprecedented times, and it seems that the economy has taken priority, and this priority is slowing down our ability to beat the pandemic. We're asking you to view us from a humane perspective and give us the same flexibility given the classroom faculty. I had always assumed the bottom line that our workplace safety was a concern. Now you are requiring us to gamble with our health. Many of us in student services sit in the same room with multiple colleagues breathing the same air all day long. Masks must remain on all day. I am able to see my faculty, colleagues in other departments teach with their doors wide open, so there is a constant circulation of fresh air from outside. Counselors don't have the same option. We don't have classrooms and offices where we could leave open our doors. How many of you would leave open our doors for outside air? How many of you would work in a small office or a large shared space all day long wearing a mask, hoping to not be exposed to COVID-19 variant? When finished teaching, my colleagues go to their offices or leave campus, or they go to their cars. Their students were spread out in the classrooms or were somewhere on Zoom. They are only
30
required to
seconds.
put, there are 3 hours a week of on-grounds office hours. Why am I given less consideration for my own workplace safety than anyone else? My department is experiencing shortages because people have taken leaves or have not returned, and we have less hours available to students due to you not giving us and our manager the flexibility to use a hybrid approach when scheduling us. My request is for flexibility and that my manager be given.
Time. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. Okay, I believe, are we at Dr. Marian Carrasco Nungare? She already spoke. I apologize for that. Okay, so I think we're at Dr. Ray Tejada, but I want to make sure Cesar Flores or Chris Hernandez or Cassandra Marcum are not here. But if they're not, we'll go to Dr. Ray Tejada, followed by Erica Ruiz and Esmeralda Camarena. Camarena, yes.
Mr. Chair, is that me?
That is you, Dr. Tejada, 3 minutes. You're up.
Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. Mr. Chair, trustees, administrative staff, ladies and gentlemen, students. I just wanted to add and follow up a little bit on the Oxnard College proposal with some of the monies that the district received. I just wanted to add that I personally, as an educator, do support the proposal. I have chatted with some of my affiliates that I'm involved with in the community, and they like what's moving forward. We look at it as an investment to begin to grow Oxnard College. We look at the mere fact that we start to add sections, we start to open up areas for our students so that they could finish and maintain their studies there at Oxnard College. Adding sections and continuing to support, strengthen, and build a comprehensive program, I should say a comprehensive community college program, is essential to finish and graduate our Oxnard College students. I think, the pandemic has challenged us in many different ways, but it has also brought opportunities for us to learn and to build. And what a way to get a little bit of money now and really start putting some support into Oxnard College and helping our students finish. It was always my thought that Oxnard College, being the community college in the largest part of the county, would probably be the biggest, or should be the biggest community college in the county. It was one of my sale pitches that when I brought Condor High School, or now called the Middle College, over to Oxnard High School, that's what I thought our students were going to be able to take out of this thing. But as we conclude this thing, if you take a good look, and if you haven't read it, take a look at the conclusion of that proposal. I think that proposal says it all. The equity issues, the enhancement of programs to support our students and make Oxnard College and put them on a path to growth. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and be safe.
Thank you for your public comments. And we are right at 8 o'clock. So my suggestion, sorry about that. My suggestion is we go for another 30 minutes and then do a hard stop. If we need 30 minutes of public comment, then do a hard stop and get into our consultation reports and our budget public hearing. And my ask in doing that is, we've heard a number of public comments, specifically from non-instructional staff in regards to working conditions. we by no means don't want to hear more public comments on that, but I think there are some individuals waiting to speak on other issues. I'm happy to take those public comments after our budget because I think those public comments better align with item probably our semester 15.01 COVID response update and including spring semester. So if it's okay as chair, I'll make the decision or take a suggestion. If there are any other comments on working conditions in regards to the pandemic and COVID response, we'll push that to 15.01. And if there are any other public comments outside of that area that haven't been spoken to, I think it's important we hear that now, specifically those connecting to any items that fall before 15. So is that acceptable to my colleagues on the board? Okay, thank you for that. We're good? Okay, thank you for that. So before you speak, I will be asking if your public comments align to COVID working conditions. And if they do, I'll just postpone those to 15.01. So I see a couple hands here. Oh gosh. I can't read that. So is there somebody that can read that comment? I'm sorry, that can read that name? I cannot see it. Erica.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is in regards to non-instructional faculty working conditions. Can I continue with that?
We're going to have you speak at before 15.01.
What time do you think that will be?
I can't say for sure, but we do have a certain time for our public hearing for our budget. So I can't say for sure. I can't say for sure. Next is, let's see here, Esmeralda. Esmeralda, are you able to unmute yourself? There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I was just stating that my comment is regarding the 100% on-ground work conditions for non-instructional faculty.
Okay, so we definitely want to hear your public comments, but we'll push that to our COVID response and spring semester item, which is 15.01. Next is Gloria E. Lopez and Graciela Casillas. All right, and then that would be followed by Jose Vega, and then Julius Munyuantwali, followed by Kenya Galdamez. Any of those individuals with us at this point? Okay. If they are, please raise your hand. Going down the list, we have Lauren A. Wintermeyer Ramirez, Ventura College counselor. And then that would be followed by Maria Llorenda, and Michael Sheets spoke, and that would be followed by Rick Castanero. Pardon? Okay.
Chair, the previous group should be in.
Okay, great. All right, so let's see. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. I'm also here to speak on behalf of non-instructional working conditions.
Okay, so again, non-instructional working conditions, we'll have you wait, and we'll make sure to address that at item 15.01. Are there, let's see here. I see another person that now is in the room. Let's see here. That is, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, same. I'm also addressing the non-instructional faculty working conditions.
Okay, excellent. And again, I apologize, but we do have a time certain item on our agenda. And your name is, I'm sorry?
Julius Muntwali, Oxnard
Okay,
College
great.
counselor.
So Julius, if you don't mind hitting the pause button, and we'll get to that when we get to item 15. Next is Kenya, followed by Lauren, Kenya Galvez, and followed by Lauren Wittemeyer, and Maria Llorenda, and Rick Castanero. Are any of those individuals here? Takes them a minute. Okay. And if it is, you don't feel obligated to have to tell the board that you're here to speak to 15.01 non-instructional faculty. If you just don't pop in, we'll read off names again if need be. Okay, I do see somebody there. Oh, it's super small. Kenya? Hi, Kenya. Are you here to speak to an item that is different than non-instructional faculty?
Yeah, I am to speak about that as the past 4 panelists and the future panelists. So I'd like to know if you could reconsider that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I am here to speak about what the past few panelists wanted to try to talk about and what the future panelists are wanting to talk about as well. So I was wondering if you would be willing to reconsider listening to our concerns at this point.
I'm sorry, but we do have a time certain item on the agenda. We by no means are taking away your right to speak to what's been said and what needs to be said, and for your right to make public comments, but we're just going to postpone that to connect to the item, which is 15.01.
Well, we have been waiting here since 6 p.m. and they told us that open comments were going to be made at that time. So just so that you know that.
And I do apologize for that. Okay. Let's see here. Next would be Maria Llorenda, followed by Rick Castanero and Robert Chaparro, Samantha Zaldivar, and Scott Brewer, Sherry Cash, Tiffany, I believe, spoke, Tony Magana, and last but not least, Truly Thompson. Maria, we see you. So your 3 minutes, it's all yours.
Well, actually, I want to be moved to item number 1501.
Okay, thank you for letting us know. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I'm going to take a risk here, and which is never a safe thing to do. But if there are any speakers of all the names that I listed that would like to speak on something besides pandemic, COVID response, working conditions related to that, please raise your cyber hand.
I would like to, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Castanero, nice to see you. The 3 minutes is yours.
Good evening, Chair, trustees, and Chancellor and staff. I am here to speak this evening and share that we are very happy that Oxnard College has presented a plan to grow the city college. We know that Oxnard has the most graduates every year from high school in the county. We know that there is great need around the county, but we must remember Oxnard was the 4th most impacted community in the nation per capita, the 93030, the 93033. We hope that this is just the first step to make Oxnard College a shining star in the state community college community. We know we've achieved a lot there, and we're very proud of the staff and of all the community colleges in our county for dealing with COVID professionally and with courtesy. Students, I've heard many great stories from students, and now I think it's just time to make Oxnard College the gem of Ventura County. We need to grow this college, and now is the time. So I want to thank the president and the staff for putting together a plan, and we hope that this will lead to bigger things. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you for your public comments and safe driving as well. This is going to be a last call, sort of a non-traditional last call for any public comments that are connected to any item besides 15.01, which is COVID response update 2021-22, including, not limited, but including spring semester. So I do see, I believe it's Scott Brewer, but I'm going to just confirm that you're here to speak about working conditions for non-instructional staff. Is that correct?
That's true. I'm here to advocate for hybrid work environment for non-instructional staff and for classified staff.
Understood. Okay, so we will open it back up when we get to 15.01. Okay, I think it's appropriate to take a 6-minute break, and then when we return, oh, good, I'm not the only one. All right. Yay, all right, there's some smiles. When we return, we will quickly go into items 4.01, acknowledgement of new employees, and then if I could just ask our Senate presidents, both academic and classified, to be ready to go with their consultation reports. That would be excellent, which will lead us into hopefully our public hearing for our budget by close to 8:30. So thank you, everybody. We'll see you in about 7 minutes. also going to make a special request that Ms. Resendez is here and can translate what I just said. Because we've also.
Chair, you were
Yes.
muted. You were muted. It was muted and I did not hear anything that you said.
Okay, then no problem. I can repeat myself. Sorry, audience members. All right. So Ms. Resendez, if you could ask if there are any members in the cyber waiting room, the Zoom waiting room, that could put their hand up and be allotted their 3 minutes to speak. And I would also like to preemptively thank you for your translation services.
You're welcome. Si tenemos algunos invitados en el cuarto de espera que gustan hacer sus comentarios, por favor levantar su mano para que los permitan al cuarto donde pueden hacer su comentario. So there's Soledad Nares, Tere R., Jessica Vargas,
Y Frida Martínez también.
Frida Martínez. Frida Martínez.
Y Soledad Barragán está como Padres Juntos. Si lo pueden hacer rename.
Ok, sí, ya los miro allí. Ok, quien esté lista para hacer su comentario, nada más le pido por favor que pausen en sus oraciones para poder traducir su comentario.
Gracias. Nosotros somos de Padres Juntos y queremos, mi nombre es Jessica Vargas García.
My name is Jessica Vargas Garcia and I am from Padres Juntos, Parents Together, Promoting Education.
Queremos agradecer que se hayan puesto un plan o estén trabajando en un plan para crecer los servicios a los estudiantes del Colegio de Oxnard.
We would like to thank you for having put a plan together to grow the services to the Oxnard College students.
Nosotros como adultos también queremos tomar clases, no solamente técnicas, sino también de inglés.
We as adults would also like to take, besides taking technical classes, would also like to take English classes.
Ahorita a nosotros nos gustaría, en vez de estar tomando nuestras clases en el Colegio de Santa Bárbara, estar tomándolas aquí en el Colegio de Oxnard, que es nuestro colegio local.
Instead of us taking classes at Santa Barbara City College, we would like to be taking classes at Oxnard College, which is our community college.
Sabemos que Oxnard es el que gradúa más estudiantes de la high school.
We know that Oxnard is the city that graduates the most high school students.
Pero también sabemos que nuestro colegio es el más pequeño, así es que agradecemos que tengan más servicios para ellos.
But we also know that our college is one of the smallest college, so we appreciate the additional services.
Agradecemos que estén tomando el tiempo y que hayan escuchado nuestras peticiones en nuestras juntas anteriores.
We thank you for taking the time to hear our petitions at previous meetings.
Y gracias, ojalá que Oxnard crezca y veamos los resultados lo más pronto posible.
And I want to thank you and hope to see the growth in Oxnard College with services.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Soledad Nares de Barragán.
Good evening. My name is Soledad Nares de Barragán.
Soy coordinadora de la organización Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación y yo dije anteriormente que me sentía un poquito decepcionada porque no nos
Solo espera para que traduzcan.
I am the coordinator of Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación, and previously I had mentioned that I felt a little, ¿qué fue lo que dijo, señora?
Decepcionada.
I was
decepcionada por no tener la oportunidad de poder estudiar en el colegio de Oxnard.
Okay, I felt sad disappointed that I could not be taking classes at Oxnard College.
Pero hoy estoy muy contenta y muy agradecida con el presidente Sánchez y el board por el plan
But today I feel appreciative of President Sanchez and the board for having put together a plan
de incrementar los servicios tanto para los estudiantes como para la comunidad latina.
To grow the services for our students and the Latin community.
Ya que nuestra comunidad y nuestra área 930-30 y 930-33 fueron las más afectadas y creo que esto nos ayudará a crecer.
And this is due to our areas 93030 having been the most effective, and I know this will help us grow.
Entonces, muchísimas gracias a todos y cada uno y como dijo Jessica, por escucharnos, por
And
escuchar
thank you very much for having
peticiones.
listened to our petitions.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Frida Martínez.
My name is Frida Martinez.
Y pertenezco a la organización Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación.
And I belong to the organization Parents Together Promoting Education.
Quiero darle las gracias.
I would like to thank
al board.
To the board.
Por considerar nuestra solicitud.
For considering our petition.
Para brindar oportunidades a nuestros hijos y comunidad latina.
To offer opportunities to our children and our community.
Sobre todo.
Overall.
Sobre todo a nuestros hijos.
To our children.
Que a veces.
That sometimes.
Recién llegan de nuestros países en busca de nuevas oportunidades.
That newly come to our country looking for new opportunities.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Por considerarnos.
For considering us.
Una comunidad latina.
A Latin community.
Una comunidad latina con un futuro mejor.
With a Latin community with a better future.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Resendez, thank you very much for your excellent services as well. So, okay, so we are back on track here. Our next move is going to be Academic Senate President consultation, which is 5.01. And then we have Classified Senate. No, I'm sorry. We have our items in 4, which is guest and recognitions. All right, here we go. So congratulations to the following employees who were hired or promoted during the period of August 1st to August 31st. And it's my honor to hand it off to Vice Chancellor Barroso.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. So congratulations to the following faculty. Alireza Fazilpour, Computer Science, Ventura College. Selena Marie Benavides Black, Psychology, Oxnard College. Evan Michael Hess, Legal Assisting Paralegal, Oxnard College. Francisco Fuentes, Chicano Studies and Ethnic Studies, Ventura College. Gary New, Exotic Animal Training and Management, Millpark College. Jennifer Zier, Counseling, Oxnard College. Kevin Ricard, Computer Information Systems, Millpark College. Kathleen Lasso, Nursing, Ventura College. Mel Papavasilio, Engineering, Ventura College. Samantha Rose Marshall, Psychology, Oxnard College. Stuart Sam, Construction Technology, Ventura College. Susan McDonald, Coordinator Dental Hygiene, Oxnard College. And following our appointments of our classified professionals, Alicia Valdez, Office Assistant, Oxnard College. Amanda Stansbury, Instructional Lab Technician 1, EATM, Moorpark College. David Pike, Physical Education Athletic Equipment Manager, Ventura College. Gregory Robinson, Human Resource Analyst 2, District Administrative Center. Jesus Hinojosa, Custodian, Moorpark College. Karina Harding, Purchasing Specialist, District Administrative Center. Rosa Reyes Orduna, Basic Needs Specialist, Bilingual, Oxnard College. Spencer Herson, Purchasing Specialist, District Administrative Center. Steve Reed, Senior Program Analyst, District Administrative Center. Sulin Rubalcava, Director of Outreach and Marketing, Ventura College. And one appointment of management, and that is Leticia Canales, Dean of Student Services at Ventura College. Congratulations to them.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Barroso. Our next item is 4.02, recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. Chancellor Gillespie, would you do the honor of reading off our honored retirees, please?
Our retirees are Barbara Arriaga, Ventura College Administrative Assistant, began service May of 2016. Joanna Nell Miller, DAC Purchasing Specialist, began service in 2001. Carrie Maley, Moorpark College Graphic Communications Technician, began service 1991. Maya Rodriguez, Ventura College Student Service Assistant at the East Campus, began service in 1991. And Michelin Hines, Moorpark College Zoo Operations Supervisor, began service in 2001. Congratulations to those 5 retirees.
Thank you, Chancellor Gillespie. Okay. I inadvertently skipped over a very important item, which is 3.05, Chancellor's report. So we'll kind of go back in time and address 3.05, which is the Chancellor's report, and then immediately, because we don't have any acknowledgement of guests or special recognitions, go into 5.01, 5.02. And if it's okay, before we hit our budget, because we do have a student here, we'll hear our student report as well, and then go right into our public hearing and budget. Okay. Thank you so much. Chancellor Gillespie.
Okay, thank you. So the report includes a list of actions that have been occurring since the start of the semester. So won't go into any more detail because it's there in your packet. I am excited to share, however, that student trustee elections will be occurring September 21st and 22nd. We're hoping to have the student trustees sworn in at our October meeting. There's 6 candidates actively campaigning and 5 more that are undergoing final review process, which is the most that we've ever had looking to be our student trustees. So we're excited about that, and that completes my report.
Thank you for that report. That's going to take us to our Academic Senate President's consultation. Dr. Reese.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and others joining us in various modalities as we continue here. Thank you as always for the opportunity to comment on a few agenda items. The first, of course, is to acknowledge the new employees, Gary Mui, Exotic Animal Training and Management, and Kevin Rickard, Computer Network Systems Engineering. Welcome. 6.03, action to approve 2021-2022 adoption budget. An incredible amount of work has been put forward on the adoption budget. It's been through the participatory governance process with endless questions and questioning, largely by me. Discussions, debate, you name it. There might have been some rock, paper, scissors, and arm wrestling too. It's always a good time. There's been various opportunities to discuss the budget at board meetings. The Student Center funding formula has been incorporated that includes an equity component and a performance component, and really appreciate the support of the trustees on the budget in support of all the work that has been gone into it, the colleges, and ultimately the students. 16.01, Board Policy 2410, Board Policy. The irony of a board policy on board policies is, of course, not lost on me. But as a district, we are a bit behind on our 5-year review process, and this provides an update for allowing us 2 additional years so we can complete this process. So please approve this extension. And lastly, 16.02 is approve BP 3200 accreditation. It's just a reaffirmation of what was already there. It's an important accreditation, as you know, is an important opportunity for institutional self-reflection, and we'll be working through this and appreciate this reaffirmation as we move forward on this process. Thank you.
Thank you, President Reese. President Edwards.
Good evening, all. 4.01, new employees. Welcome to Selena, Evan, Jennifer, Samantha, and Susan. Excited to be working with you. 6.01, the OC proposal for student investment. The classified Senate President and I would like you to seriously consider this proposal of the additional sections. Oftentimes, the students with the most need get overlooked. I understand that there are some issues with process and with competition, but just because there may be issues and there may be difficult conversations to be had still, the community of Oxnard deserves our creative ideas and solutions. We are a family at VCCD, but there are only so many times you can be seen as third best. Please consider this proposal seriously. 14.04, action to approve the establishment of the director position for institutional advancement and community relations. This position will help our college secure grants for students. This position will help with planning, supervision, and evaluation of a comprehensive resource development that will serve students. I encourage you to approve. 14.05, action to approve the increase for instructional lab tech position for our EMT students. We have and will continue to expand our EMT footprint and offerings, which has created an increased demand for this position. I encourage you to approve. 15.02, Chancellor search discussion. This is just a thank you in advance for agreeing to meet with the Senate presidents on September 20th to discuss the process for hiring a new chancellor. We would very much like to continue to be part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And President Clark.
Thank you, Chair Chancellor. A couple from me. Again, I wanted to echo the welcome for our new faculty employees. Item 4.01, we have Ali, Francisco, Lehigh, Nell, and Stewart, all in departments that have had need, and we're happy to get these new faculty. And President Hoffman's just told me today that Francisco, our new Chicano and Ethnic Studies professor, was named one of the Pacific Coast Business Times 40 under 40. So that's a cool honor. We're getting some great new folks. Item 6.01, I wanted to mention the process questions that Amy had raised regarding the proposal, the Oxnard proposal. Just so that you're aware, the item was not agendized for consultation council. We discussed it in an ancillary manner, and then it came up for this agenda as a discussion only item. So just be aware that we haven't had the standard participatory governance review of this. For example, it hasn't gone to the DCAS committee. You met as a board immediately after our last DCAS meeting. So just have that as background as you consider it. 6.03, echo what's been said about support of the budget. This one has gone through robust discussions at DCAS. I wanted to thank, call out James, Emily, and the rest of the DCAS folks on their extremely hard work on the budget that's before you. I saw on the budget item that it's due tomorrow. So I looked up Title V just to be sure, and don't worry, if it takes past midnight, we're good. It's on or before the 15th, so we're good. And then item 15.01, I just wanted to echo some of the comments that we've had from non-instructional faculty from an academic senate standpoint. Any inequities between faculty groups can lead to barriers in us working and participating collegially in participatory governance. So have that in mind that this affects academic senate matters in addition to AFT management matters. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. President Reese, President Edwards, and President Clark, thank you for your direct comments and appreciate those very much. President Resendez.
Good evening, board. Chancellor Gillespie. Just quick three items, 4.1, 4.2, and 15.02. Just like to welcome our new classified professionals. Amanda Stansbury, Instructional Lab Tech, Edom. And let's see, did I miss it? Jesus Hinojosa, Custodian. And a congratulations and farewell to Carrie Mel, Communications Technician, for his retirement, and Michaelyn Hines, Zoo Operations Supervisor, for her retirement. 15.02, just would like to thank the opportunity for considering us in the discussions for the chancellor search. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next would be President Medina.
She's not with us today.
Okay, thank you very much. Next would be President Shizboit.
Good evening from me. Just a quick heartfelt congratulations to all of our new district employees. Welcome. And on behalf or with regards to our retirees, I wanted to point out that amongst those 5 classified employees, there's 105 years of past service, which I think speaks volumes to our commitment. And thank you for your service, and best of luck on the road ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, President Resendez and President Shizboit, and we hope President Medina is able to return soon. With that, we're going to jump a little bit out of order, but I think it's more than appropriate to hear from our student rep who is here, or student reps for that matter, either online or here. But correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you're from Moore Park, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. And if you could just remind us your name, I apologize.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Karina, and I'm the director of student advocacy for Moore Park College.
Welcome.
Like for ASMC. And so I have a few updates. So as for upcoming events, we have our month. We're on hosting Lauren Cook on September 30th. And so also, although the dates are not set yet, we dancers for, and again, all these, and so food truck, possibly a DJ. Ding. So, oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we awarded our cybersecurity club funding so they can register for the National Cybersecurity League, which will allow them to develop and enhance their skills. And so we also awarded money for our campus's Multicultural Day Committee to host the musician Arturo Sandoval on the last day of Latinx Heritage Month. Okay, so I'm sorry, I have a lot of updates. We did a lot this past month. We also adopted our budget for the school year, and our director of student services, who's a student, she's looking into possibly changing the format of our student IDs to include additional information such as their preferred name or nickname, their pronouns, and hotline numbers. So lastly, at our last meeting on Wednesday, we heard from a few students, a professor, and a parent who spoke on behalf of their child who was a student athlete, and they were all concerned about the current wording and exceptions to the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. And so many felt that there were a lack of student input when the decision was approved. When the decision to approve this mandate was made. And some spoke about possibly having alternatives to the vaccine, such as having a weekly COVID testing, like having it reported and be mandatory. And so a possible solution we came up with was to survey our student population with topics such as how they would feel attending a class with an unvaccinated student who gets tested weekly. And then finding further resolution with the results we receive. And so as we continue discussing this topic at our meeting tomorrow night, we encourage these students to come back along with anyone else who's concerned about the current state of the mandate. And we also invite our board of trustees to our meeting tomorrow to join in the conversation, although we understand that you're all very busy. Thank you. At 7 p.m. Yes.
Or in person?
It's by Zoom.
Okay. And you said that you invited those that were concerned. Did you invite those that embraced the mandate as well?
We did not have any students who were embracing it. So, last week, the students who spoke were.
I know the ASG students that contacted me before the mandate were all in favor of it. So, and they are on your board.
Yes,
so that's confusing.
Yeah. So just to clarify, last week, most of the people, or most of the during public comment, most of the people who spoke were not in favor of the, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. They were not in favor of not having another option. So they're not against other people having the vaccine. They're against the idea of having it being very restrictive of like who is exempt.
Okay,
from
thank
the
you. I just
vaccine.
was asking a clarifying question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm glad you asked. Thank you.
Hey, Trustee Torres, do you have a question? Okay.
I just want to say, Karina, how impressed I am by you and your leadership, and really to be able to do this in such a short amount of time and to get together with the students. And in our last meeting, one of the things that was said, which is very true, the student voice was not part of the decision-making of a mandate. And in the public comments, the voice of the students were heard, which was, okay, so what I wanted to say was that leadership and what you've done up to this point, it was very evident. And so your hard work was very much noticed. And so I wasn't going back to a decision that was being made, just simply addressing a comment that she was making on behalf of students. So I'm so proud of you. I know you attended also the leadership for students that was taking place at the state level, and to be able to see you do this work, to be able to speak, it's just so commendable, and we are so proud of you. And thank you so much for organizing your campus. Definitely, we were able to hear the voice of Moorpark, and that speaks tremendously of your leadership being in government and Moorpark and doing the wonderful and beautiful social justice work that you're so committed. Thank you, Karina.
Thank you, Karina. And I maybe Miss Blair, if you have a card, if not, maybe you can give Karina your email, and you can send the invite to Miss Blair and she can get it to the board. So thanks for the invite and the report. Just making sure there's no other Oxnard College or Ventura College students online or in the room. Hearing none, we are going to move to our next item, which is 6.01. And I think we'll probably co-introduce this item, but of course we'll start with our Chancellor. So Chancellor Gillespie.
Okay, thank you. And before I provide a summary of what's in the public comment there, I will mention that there were 66 written comments for public comments this evening, and 3 of those are from Santa Clara Together representatives about the Ventura College East Campus, which is referenced in item 1 here. And when we get back to 1501, I can let the public know the numbers in the other categories of things there. So at the last board meeting, there was an agenda item for the board to bring forward ideas for consideration in the budget. And there are 3 items listed here that were shared. The first item was to maintain the ongoing efforts to access higher education in the Santa Clara River, in the Santa Clara Valley, and evaluating any land purchase options that may come up here in the future. There was also priority around sustainability initiatives, and those are going to be overviewed in the adopted budget there. There's items that show what's occurring regarding sustainability efforts. And then finally, there was a discussion about funding the major initiatives line item. This is a line item in the budget that hasn't been funded previously. And it can be funded through set aside of revenues that come through at the end of the year. Attached to this item is a proposal from Oxnard College that was brought up at the last meeting, and that was requesting to use $1.5 million out of reserves to fund an additional 100 sections there over a 3-year period. And as was mentioned, that would still require some vetting, but it is an example of a proposal that could be looked at through funding through the major initiatives line item. So during the discussion, if the board's interested in funding the major initiatives line item, it would be good to have some parameters set. In other words, all three of our colleges right now are struggling enrollment wise. As a district, we're down about 20% in enrollment, and it's across all three of our colleges. And that's really our enrollment priority now is growing all three. And we need to be able to look at how we do that together to get really generate 4,000 FTES over the next 3 years to get back to our baseline level. And that's really our priority. And we have HERF dollars to help support that. We have our operating dollars because each of the colleges are down more than 100 sections right now. They're offering fewer sections because the enrollment isn't there. So there's some general fund money. And when we do the adopted budget overview, James will be sharing other sources of revenue that exist. But I think there's value in creating a fund to allow for consideration of creative proposals to help increase student access and success, which is a strategic goal of the board, or to help to help close equity gaps. And that's another priority goal of the board. So should the board have interest in funding major initiative item, it would be helpful if I had direction from the board that was basically stating, Chancellor, work with staff to come up with a recommended amount for the fund. Ask me to work with staff to develop a proposed evaluation criteria, and finally an approval process and limits or other requirements, so that it's a fund that can be accessed and used by all colleges for creative ideas to basically support those two strategic board goals. So I think I'll leave it at that for now, for then board discussion.
Well, thank you for the background, and I'm glad the plan itself is included online or as part of our agenda. So of course, trustees can see it, but community members, and it sounds like they did because we received a number of public comments in regards to that. Before we open it up for discussion, because it is a discussion item, I kind of want to center a goal I have with this discussion and see if we're on the same page as a board and of course as a district, because in our ground rules, it's ground rule number 4 is decisions are based on sufficient relevant data and other reliable sources of information have been made available to all members. And it goes on and it later says, well, once there's a consensus, the board will work with the chancellor, in case oftentimes the chair, to come up with a timeline. I'm paraphrasing or summarizing. So I guess my ask is, the way I see it is we have a plan here that has been submitted, not from trustees, but from the college itself. And this plan, in my humble opinion, and I'll save my comments for the end, but it does align to our, our new strategic goals, our board goals. And we can talk about that. But my ask is, if this item, or what I would like the outcome to be from tonight, is to discuss this item, but to also discuss how it got here, perhaps, and what we're going to do with it. In other words, our October meeting, will it be moved to an action item? Now, I know part of this plan is the language that connects to the funding source. And that to me is a gray area, but there's some questions that I think need to be asked in public about the reasoning behind the funding source. So that's sort of my introduction on this, so I guess my goal is what to do with this item. And I don't mean that we have to make that decision tonight because it's not an action item. but what to do with this item in preparation for our October meeting. So I hope that's a good enough umbrella for us to start our conversation about the item. And if there are, obviously part of that conversation can be questions as well for Chancellor Gillespie in regards to this plan. So with that said, I'm just going to go left to right here, and we'll start with Trustee Mantooth if you have any questions or comments regarding this item.
Chancellor, you know, I guess I'd start out by saying my generation used to think of truth as absolute. We now know that one person's truth is not another person's truth. The same could be said for equity. What may be a situation that cries out for more equity may create an inequitable situation for someone else that's in the same arena. So I have some concerns about whether this will promote unity within the district, as great as as favorable as the concept sounds, especially when I believe in providing service where the people are. If the majority of the people are in the greater Oxnard area, then why would you not want to grow that? Okay. I personally don't think I have enough information, or maybe I just haven't digested enough information about the initiative. I like the idea of perhaps maybe a larger bag of resources that could be available throughout the district that's identified as a dollar amount and that could be drawn upon for a project such as this. I also have some concerns about, and I just heard about this with this agenda, and that this program would involve a satellite at Rio Mesa High School. And when I think about site sequencing and a considerable number of people approaching 60,000 in the Santa Paula Fillmore area that have been waiting for 2 decades for their own dream, I would hate to see this be looked upon as a dilution of our interest and our commitment to aggressively pursuing a site for a full-blown educational center in that particular location. So I would ask the board to be considering that and keep that in mind, because you're going to hear more from me about that as we have more and better information, and hopefully as the opportunity grows. I also have said, made comments about funding before. And you always want to use your most restricted source of funding first for an initiative that might qualify for that kind of funding. If COVID dollars can be used for this in the interest of pumping back up our enrollments, why would we use unrestricted general fund dollars? That needs to be considered as well. So that's probably enough from me for now.
Well, I appreciate those thoughts, and I share that your last thought, which I heard as a question. I kind of I think at a minimum we need to explore that a little bit tonight, because that'll really lend itself into what we do with this item. So hold that thought, Vice Chair McKay.
Some of what my concerns are similar to Trustee Mantooth's, which was the process of how this came to be, and then just the unity within the district and what something like this does. Having been a trustee for more than a decade, I've seen a similar thing. It was when we were cutting programs, and the trustee from Oxnard did not want to have Oxnard College, because they were small, to have any of the cuts, and suggested that Moore Park College and Ventura College bear the full brunt of the apportionment cuts and workload reductions that we were facing at that time. And that brought the full force of the ACCJC down on our heads. And so I'm extremely concerned about the process of how this got here and hope that in the future, things go through the proper committees and participatory governance so that we don't, as a board, find ourselves in an unpleasant situation. I've gone back and revisited the letters from the special concern at that time that landed all three of our colleges on probation. And it was not just what the one trustee had done, but it was also the rest of the board's lack of doing anything about it. And so this is my doing something about it is I don't think I don't think this should have come to the agenda. I don't think that the process was followed. And I think there's a reason that trustees should stay out of operations. If we want to have a major initiative and look at growing our colleges, that's a great idea. But at a time when we're looking at paperwork that has millions of dollars that does have an expiration date on it, and all the opportunity to use those HERF dollars. I have a PowerPoint from the May conference that just, shows the extreme latitude of those HERF dollars, that I would think that at least 1 year of these additional sections to see how they might work. Is it really going to bring this new students in, or is it simply going to move students around from our other colleges and do nothing for the overall growth of our district? Area 2, the Conejo Valley, Oak Park, Santa Rosa Valley, but particularly the Conejo Valley and Oak Park, also has been waiting since 2002, the bond. They were promised a joint use facility for the last 10 years. I brought it up on several occasions when there was still bond money left and wanted to know why we couldn't contribute a couple of $1 million when the Conejo Valley was struggling so hard to try and build on their own on the land that still sits empty where this joint use facility was supposed to be built. I still get to drive by that empty lot every single day. It's right at the 23 and at the off-ramp of Jan's Road, right by the library. It would have been a brilliant place for a joint use center with our alternative high schools, and it still would be. And so to just abandon the Conejo Valley right now, Oak Park students tend to fly to go to Pierce College. It's closer. And so there are some issues. Las Virgenes has been trying to work on a dual enrollment program with Moore Park. I'm not sure what the delay is there, but hopefully that will bring some of the Las Virgenes students back to Moore Park. But to ignore that the Conejo Valley and the Santa Clara Valley have both been waiting and were promised something they did not get, it would be something that we just simply can't ignore when we are going to dip into special initiative funds. So I guess in closing, I really feel that when we're looking at the numbers that I see in front of me for the HERF funds, and again, the wide berth that they are given for use, that if this plan is something that Oxnard College believes in so much, I would think that the first year or two could be funded with the HERF funds. And then with proof of concept, a major initiative would be very easy to support. I didn't know I was going to be second, so I think that is enough comments right now. I do want to say that Oxnard, we have lost 20% of our students, and I would really like to see how any of these major initiatives are going to bring that 20% back. Find those students and bring them back to us, and not simply move them around from one college to another.
Thank you, Vice Chair McKay. Trustee Torres, since I already announced we're going this way, I'll just have you go if that's okay. And then Trustee Perez, and then I'll make my last comments.
As the board, there's been discussions of social justice, of equity. I can only speak during my tenure as a board and the decisions that we've made as a board. And I'm only able to speak on behalf of the actions of the board in these last 2.5 years. And although history is important, it's also as important to look forward to what we've decided as a board. And I believe we have a very strong board who looks at equity and particularly at the entire level of our country. We have the Black Lives Movement that came forward on behalf of the continual discrimination that occurs. When we look into our 3 colleges, we look into our county, and we look into where the pandemic, where the numbers were impacted the most. We have also our county board of supervisors who also said that inequity, racial injustice was determined by your zip code. And we were able to see that in terms of the pandemic, the coronavirus, who came to shed light into those inequities that have been in existence for many years. And so when we look at our 3 colleges, Ventura, Moore Park, and Oxnard, it becomes in looking as a governing board, where is the need? So we're very fortunate that we are able to receive federal funding, HERF funding, to support our colleges. Ventura College received about close to about 35,000 or a little bit more, 35 million, I'm sorry, 35 million. Moore Park received 36 million, a little bit over. Oxnard received a little over 25 million. It was based on head count. It wasn't based really on external factors. So when we're looking at equity and we're looking through the lens of DEI as a resolution that we've adopted as a board, we look into those external factors. And so we have a college that is working with 9 million, then another one that received less funding, also 10 million from another college. So I start looking at what did our colleges received. Now we have our president here who'll be able to answer questions in terms of the HERF money. How is it being spent? There's food insecurity, there's transportation, there's hotspots, and each college has a different demographic need and is going to spend it based on what it needs. So when looking into what are the needs of the population, looking at our graduates, not only our graduates from the high schools of Oxnard, but also the community, there is a great need. When I hear that we're moving students, I'm thinking, how could that be? Because our goal is to recruit from Ventura to go to Ventura, Oxnard to be in Oxnard and the surrounding area in Moore Park. So I'm left a little bit trying to understand what that is of shared students, because my understanding is in Ventura, I'm going to recruit that population and be able to serve those students. There's the community of the Avenue in Ventura. There's Montalvo. Are we reaching out to them? But I will speak really in terms of the plan. The plan that really President Sanchez submitted is one that was given much thought. There's strategic goals that are pretty much aligned to what we're doing. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the community of Oxnard. And I can do that because I'm from Oxnard. We're a community of integrity, of unity, of solidarity, of justice and faith. And we believe in that process. And the community of Oxnard does not skip a process. If anything, if there was a need to come forward to the board, this is us being able to respond to a call. I'm hoping our processes don't have any systemic barriers, because when we look at social justice and systemic barriers, sometimes we can find those in a participatory governance process unintentionally. I can say that the Oxnard community has no intentions of skipping a process or causing any type of division within our college community. I certainly don't. And I think I can speak on behalf of the entire board. We do need to look into how can we support our colleges to speak words that uplift, to bring us together and that unite us and that doesn't cause any division. So with that, I fully believe in our participatory process. I have faith that justice can be done in the participatory process at that level. As a board, we did our process. As the Oxnard College, thank you for responding to the call. The board presented on a couple of meetings and you heard from every single board member to have a college present a need. And your presidency with your staff responded. You brought a proposal. We never said, these are the parameters. Please, this is what you'll need in order to be able to be receiving funding. We said, we'll support you. We got your back. All 3 colleges, let us know what you need. You responded to that call. Your staff put together a plan, and for that, that's very commendable because that speaks of the spirit, the tenacity, and the leadership and innovation of Oxnard College, the Oxnard community. You listened to your constituents, to community members. So we did as a board, and for that, you need to be commended along with your staff because that represents the unity when you have the college listening to constituents coming together. Having the community thank us speaks so much. And so for that, I am making a recommendation that this gets moved to the participatory process because Oxnard College, any funding that it receives, I have faith in the process that justice and equity can be carried out through the district. We have our community members, we have our board that is listening, that through this process, justice will come forward. Because why? Oxnard College is not going to be tainted as a college that perhaps skipped a process because that's not who we are as a district. And I know that's not who Oxnard College is and or the community wants that. We work together in peace, in unity, in solidarity with all of the communities that need support. So we have also the Santa Clara Valley together that needs the support. And as a district, we are committing to all of our communities. There is no competition. Everybody deserves, all of our students, the right to be able to have that. So for me, it really is about us coming together as a board. I appreciate Dr. Gillespie when you mentioned about the initiative and to working together with the staff to be able to be innovative and to be creative, to find priorities, to be able to see how much funding should we have in this major initiatives, because I have to thank everybody who has worked in the budget allocation model. I read it, and the major initiatives was intended to really address inequity. And the reason the budget allocation model has changed so many times is because the committee has noticed how there has been inequities within the budget allocation, and that many times there was a college indeed that was benefiting more from another. And so changes had to constantly be made. So with that, with the major initiatives, it was initially, that was the purpose. And it's never been funded, but it's a great opportunity to be able to now look into it. And so with your leadership, Dr. Gillespie, and having staff work with you and setting priorities, it will give the opportunity to all of the colleges to be able to receive the support that they need. And again, Oxnard College is so wonderful to be able to have your proposal be the first one who's going to go through that process and to be able to have it go and have it going through deliberation. And so to me, it speaks already so much of what the college has done. And so those are pretty much my closing comments. Well, my comments for this.
Thank you, Trustee Torres. Trustee Perez, do you have any comments?
I was preparing a lot of comments as I was taking notes. Let me just begin by saying I wholeheartedly appreciate your comments, Trustee Torres, and your recommendation in moving this to the PG process. Chair, I think you began by asking, well, you made a couple statements, which I agree with. Decisions are based on sufficient relevant data given to all board members. That's what we should be doing. You recognize that the OC concept or proposal or plan, however you want to label it, but what we have received from President Sanchez does align with board goals, which is great. You asked the question, and I hope to anticipate that this will be moved to a near future board meeting as an action plan. Excuse me, and let me be clear. Maybe it would be part of a structured action plan for consideration. And you asked the rationale for the funding source, and I'm guessing, did you mean the identified funding source that Trustee Torres and I had brought forward? Okay, well, I'll begin there. And just as I think as a helpful reminder to the board and staff and everybody else that's listening and everyone else that has participated in the discussion through public comment or emails, whatever. It's been stipulated that this board had been commenting upon throughout the budget process. What can be done? What ideas might the colleges have responding to just regular business, but of course the declining enrollment? All right, fair enough. And so it happened, and I'm not going to be speaking for Trustee Torres, but just for myself. It happened enough times that in order for me to try to get a handle on, okay, what might, in this case, and the focus is on you, Luis, because you were the one that was most vocal at those points in the board discussion. What might you be having in mind? So we had a meeting with you. You know, tell me more. And so you gave us the concepts of what you were thinking. And I accepted those as the first step in the information gathering process. There's a lot of information that, as some of you have already spoken to, needs to be filled in. And it'll be done under Dr. Gillespie's leadership and his team. What this process has reminded me of, and I've spoken about this before from here, I do believe in process. It's there to serve us all well. And maybe I got ahead of myself, you know, at one point in this process. And with all the information that has been coming to us since this came up, I see the need, as Trustee Torres recommended, to slow down, make sure it goes through the process. And for the number one reason that everybody has to believe in the process, that it's open, fair, transparent, inclusive, so that, as we've all stated, everyone can best accept the outcome, whatever it happens to be. I also believe that when change is made, or you know, in our aspiring to improve, that there may be some beneficiaries, but that does not mean that it should be to the disbenefit of anybody else. So I am very sensitive to the real concern about robbing from Peter to pay Paul. That doesn't do us any good. That doesn't advance our collective efforts or goals. So that's one of the missing pieces of how are we going to get the new students, and not just at OC, but at MC and VC as well. Also, what opened my eyes through this process is that there are some larger underlying issues that we need to start coming to grips with. And again, to better serve our 3 colleges, East Campus, the future goals that the community has spoken to in both Oxnard and the Santa Clara Valley, and again, not to forget the Conejo Valley area as well. So you asked about the rationale for the funds. I do believe in the concept that use other people's money first. So looking at the HERF funds makes sense, but I have an issue with that, or a concern with that. If the 3 colleges have been allocated HERF dollars to augment, you know, their regular budget, but then the suggestion is for one of the colleges to use that augmentation for some other identified purpose, then there is a systemic barrier that we are creating. So that's going to be a little bit challenging to untangle as this goes through the process, is all. So I want to thank the board, my colleagues, for their discerning questions and comments, you know, on this particular agenda item tonight. And I appreciate what I'm sensing is a real interest to provide, or I think I heard the chancellor identify direction that he would be seeking to move us all forward at a future meeting. So thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments. Before I get to my questions, I I'm so, it's one of the, being chair is a little tricky at times, but one of the pleasures or good parts of it is the patience factor, waiting to hear everybody's perspectives and to really take away some of the fine points. Couple of things that really stuck out, and one actually came from Vice Chair McKay, and that's the idea or concept of waiting. And you mentioned that various communities in our county and in the areas that we serve are waiting. And Trustee Mantooth, shared a bit upon that. And I remember being elected, and one of the first communities I met with was outside of the quote unquote area that I was elected from, Area 1, which was the Santa Clara Valley. And I did that with Trustee Torres. And it just echoes how important it is that we are trustees of the whole county or the whole area that we provide service to. So I guess one of my takeaways is, I tried really hard, and this sounds terrible, but with the reluctance to put this on the agenda, to have this in discussion, I tried really hard to find something wrong with this. I couldn't. If anything, it just screamed in alignment to what we are asked to do. And I understand there's a process that needs to be followed. I don't think that there's a barrier to stop the process from being followed before our October meeting. We have participatory governance. I don't think that and maybe I'm wrong, and I'm more than willing to hear a reason why this can't be placed on the numerous committees and consultation groups, and to hear these voices and to get the input on this plan. And I think it's critically important to repeat, this is not the plan of Trustee Perez. This is not the plan of Trustee Torres. This came from Oxnard College, it says it on the top. And I've gone through this plan over and over. And I'll tell you, not only can I not find something wrong with it, I'm thrilled to see it. And my ask is, or my question is, are we going to, as a board, ask our chancellor and this district to open up some other plans like this in the Santa Clara Valley? Because when I see satellite campuses at our partner, our K-12 partners, I'm like, this is great. You've been asking for dual enrollment for years. When I hear like this may actually help our sustainability goals, because maybe, just maybe, we have a lot of students that can't fulfill their certificate or degree in the times that they needed because the classes aren't available. So they go to Moore Park, they go to Ventura. Guess what? They go in cars, they go in buses. There's pollution involved there. Are there things that we can do to prevent that and to help that? So to me, this plan screams all of that. Okay. So, and I hear your concern about using her funds that have already been allocated and have a need. I'm going to fully support the experts in operations on the source of funding that they feel best fits this plan, if in fact it comes back to us for an approval process. However, I will say this, to me, and I'm going to be very careful I say this because it could be taken out of context. This plan in the grand scheme of our budget is really an inexpensive plan, especially considering the things that it's setting out to do. Okay, that's number one. Number two, our reserve is growing. I know our ending fund balance in this adopted budget shows something, but correct me if I'm wrong, we are still placing funds into different unrestricted reserve accounts this year. Okay, so we're making a choice to take ongoing dollars to still place into reserves when we have a plan like this on the table. I don't understand that. I truly don't. Okay, now if the experts in operations feel that her funds should be used and can be used without taking away services that we have already promised, or we find that there's a need to do, then by all means. But I have a fundamental problem with putting more money into the reserves or continuing to have a $70 million plus reserve when there's a plan like this on the table. I also am concerned that there could be other plans out. I mean, I know community members are knocking at our door. They're knocking at mine saying, where's the plan? Where's the plan? And that goes back to the waiting. So my ask is, if we need a line item in our budget to make these plans happen, then I think as a board, we need to speak to our staff to say, let's do it if we agree with that. If we don't need that and we just need plans to come to us to tap into her funds, to tap into our reserves, I'll leave that up to the experts of the district to fund those plans. I'm very confident we have the funds to do these types of plans. And my only ask is bring it. Bring these plans forward, please. Our community is begging for them. COVID, if anything, has changed the landscape. It's going to change the way, and I know I'm preaching the choir, it's going to change the way we educate our higher ed community. So I am 100% in support of this plan coming back to us in October with the clear direction that to please follow the process, to go through participatory governance and to give us a recommendation of the funding source, and we can support it with the added ask that if there are other needs out there, and this is to me is, and I'm going to mention this, and when we get to the budget, I really think we need a list of quote unquote plans district wide of things we need to do, because I don't think it's appropriate for our board to just say, let's come up with a number for a line item or an innovation fund when we don't know the needs. Because community members are coming to us, Santa Clara Valley, Ojai, Conejo Valley. I mean, they're out there and I'm ready to go. I think this board's ready to go. We have a plan that is saying, let's do this. So I'm going to circle back to what we started with is, do we have a consensus to send this plan in its current state? And I think part of the participatory governance process is to allow adaptation, changes, input. But do we have a consensus from this board to move this forward through the participatory governance process? Gut check questions are always good, but we've spoken a lot, and I see a hand on a microphone, maybe two microphones, but you'd like to do your gut check first. Okay, then let's do some gut checks. Okay.
We have three presidents sitting over there. The way I understood this happened is that you were approached with, if you were given money, what would you do? And so that my gut check is, this plan didn't come to us out of the clear blue sky. It was someone offered, if we gave it to you, what would you do? That same offer was, we did from the dais say, we'll back you. You run a class of 9 if you're going to grow your campuses, we'll back you. But I don't think that anyone went to Dr. Sokanu and went to Dr. Hoffman's and said, hey, we can use this special initiative money, give us a plan. So I think I'm with you 100%. I want to see these plans. I want to see new ways for our communities to grow. I want to see that Las Virgenes dual enrollment plan get signed off and started. They're raring to go. I don't know what the holdup is there. So I wholeheartedly support that. But my gut check on this is, when we hear from the presidents, were they all offered the same opportunity other than what we did here at the dais, or was something special that brought this forward for us?
Chair, if I may answer that.
Sure.
That's a good question. That's a very valid question.
Yeah, I think you have the answer, so I think you should. And I mean that
yeah,
sincerely.
Yeah, thank you. No, we did not. But you know what? And I'll admit that right now. I subsequently approached the other two presidents jokingly to make peace with them, but well, I don't have any scars yet, and they're okay, I think. But no, in all seriousness, it wasn't just the comments that President Sanchez made on occasion at our public board meetings. It was the members of the greater Oxnard community that had approached this board as well. And, I've been here a few hours less than you, Diane, but so I'm very familiar with the issues that have come forward to us from not just Oxnard and not just the Canal, but the Santa Clara Valley as well. And at this point in time, it was the OC community that was coming to us again. And so that's what I was responding to also. And again, as has been mentioned before, even though I'm from District 4, I operate in service to the entire district. So, you know, what this process told me is there are many valid yet competing interests, and that's our challenge, is how do we sift through that?
So before you hand it off to Chancellor Gillespie, I think the interesting part, and that's why there was a lot of thought in when this item would be placed, where it would be placed on the agenda, is it touches upon so many parts of our work. I mean, clearly it touches upon our adopted budget and where these ideas or concepts need to be placed in the budget and how and if that those are allocated, and the process that we as trustees are part of the building of the budget. That's our job. It's not just to approve this budget. It is to build the adopted budget of this district. And have we been given that opportunity? How do we give that voice to this budget? So, and it also touches upon the reserves itself, right? Like how big is too big, something like this. So it really does bleed into so many different issues. And if anything, I think it's a very, I think it should have happened sooner. And I think it's a really healthy thing to happen because it's going to cause some change, not just in this particular item, but how we do our business. And I think it needs to, because there are needs out there. And that's why that's one of the reasons why there's a board to help bridge that gap of the community asking for things and services and opportunities for the community. And we can push the district to provide those. So Chancellor Gillespie, you've been waiting very patiently and we appreciate that. So please.
Yeah, so I appreciate, the conversation that's occurred. And I do want to emphasize that with regards to the budget, the board's approved 4 broad strategic goals. It's to increase access and success. It's to close equity gaps. It's to instill a culture of DEI. And we have our 4th one there that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but they're 4 really good goals. And equitable workforce, there we go. Thanks, Trustee McKay. And you've defined the what for us. And now it's up to the staff to build the budget. We need to build a budget that allows us to implement our operations so that we're moving the outcomes forward that are meeting those goals. So that's what we're sharing with you, is a budget that's been built to give us the resources and the ability to meet those 4 goals and implement strategies that are listed under those to drive the outcomes forward. We have a district enrollment management committee that's just starting up. They've had their first meeting. Their priority is to help us grow those 4,000 FTEs that we need to have built back over the next 3 years. They're also designed to be looking at where can we grow new enrollments for us that we don't have, because it's not just about bringing students we've lost back, it's about drawing new students in. And there's representatives from all our colleges there to do that. I'd want that committee to look at this Oxnard proposal. I would want that committee to look at any other proposals. And I would like is the ability of the chancellor to actually be able to have the discussions with staff to where we're bringing proposals forward that we have vetted ourselves and that we all can support and have a rationale in moving it forward. And that hasn't happened. It hasn't. It went from a discussion with the president and trustees, and I was aware of the conversation that had happened, and that I'd been told there'd be an idea brought forward of funding a major initiatives line item, but it went to quick use money out of reserves to build 100 sections, and then it became add a satellite and so on. And those could be good ideas, but I need to have those within the context of all the things that we need to do at the 3 colleges and be able to. It's a very serious thing when we're coming to the board to ask for the use of extra dollars out of reserves or out of extra money that we're not allocating right now. There's nothing more sensitive among the colleges really than allocation of the model, and why is one college getting more money than another outside of that process. And that has to be talked through and vetted. So I'm not saying we can't do the Oxnard College proposal. I do have concerns with it. I wouldn't implement it just as it is written, because there's concerns that I have, and I think there's concerns others would have. But also I know Moore Park College hasn't had an opportunity to develop a proposal. Ventura College hasn't. And again, with this, it's I just want to emphasize that each of the colleges are using the resources they have, her funds, operating dollars, everything else, to be driving towards meeting the board goals. And that includes one of our big ones of increasing access and success. Any of them won't hesitate to bring proposals forward. But I also know we want to have data and a strategic direction in doing so, which is why I went the enrollment management committee looking at all of this, because it's serious to be down 20% in enrollment. And that's what we need to really be addressing. I mean, you could give each of the colleges $1.5 million right now. Would they use it or not? I don't know, because they have so many HERF dollars, they have plenty of operating dollars and others in the adopted budget. I just need the time to do my job as chancellor in working with our cabinet, the participatory governance process, to bring things forward to the board, not having the board bringing things for us to implement, because this is a how. It's a how. It just add more sections at Oxnard, add a satellite so that we can move things forward.
No.
And that's not the board's role.
Okay. Just a question on your comments. You said you need time, right? So I think it's a fair ask, is how much time do you need? Because, and I say that through the context that we have an enrollment emergency, truly do. And we have a pandemic, and we have a changing landscape because of that pandemic. So I want to honor what your advice or your perspective is, that you need more time. So that's question number one. Another clarifying question is are our colleges carrying over dollars this year? So is in
so,
okay.
But again, they can answer
Okay.
that, but I believe
So-
so. Yeah.
My question with that is, how are we not spending the dollars that you're advocating that the colleges need, and yet we're not spending, no, hold on, let me finish. We're not spending all of the dollars that have gone through an allocation model, and there's a plan like this on the table. So I don't know how you can do both. You can say, well, we need the time, we need the resources, we're doing what we need to do to meet these goals, or we're going to save some money, but then we also have a plan here, but we're not going to fund it, but we'd rather save money than fund a plan like this. I just can't see that. So those are my two questions. I know one of my second one bleeds into the budget, but I think it really does connect to this plan.
So right now, the colleges are building their spring semester budget, and they're working with department chairs, the VPs, and everyone to create the best schedule they can to build enrollment. Okay, so they're determining what percentage of online classes, what's going to be hybrid, what's going to be flex, what's going to be in person. That never stops. I mean, and they want to do things, and they're being creative around it in order to bring that enrollment back. If Oxnard College wanted to use some money and add in 50 sections, 60 sections for spring, they can do that. All the colleges have resources to be able to do that. Each of the colleges are down over 100 sections this fall compared to last spring. And so you ask, why is there carryover? Well, it's because they canceled sections because we don't have the enrollment. So there's money out there in the general fund, as you said, because yeah, we're not going to run classes with 3 people. I mean, there is a limit to that. And so this is uppermost in all of our minds, is addressing this enrollment issue. And throwing some money out of reserves to it isn't what we need right now. I mean, you're right. We need all of our creative ideas to be building our enrollment back, and the Enrollment Management Committee can help with that. So with this proposal as it is, I mean, yeah, right now I can't recommend doing that, but I can recommend discussions on a broader level. And if we need to have an initiative line item fund in order to support creativity at the college, is fine. If we don't, I'll say we don't right now because we have too much money.
And I'm happy to support that, but I'll go back to my first question. We have a plan right here, right now. And my question is, well, I'll even be more specific. We have a meeting October 12th. Is that an appropriate time period for you to fulfill your policy, your procedure, participatory governance, everything that needs to be fulfilled to bring this back to us as an action item?
It'll be tight and it'll be modified because there's things in there that I won't put forward in the proposal unless there's discussions through the governance process that agree with it.
Okay.
I mean, there's no need to put a satellite in Cameroon right now. If they want to do some dual enrollment there, that's fine. But having a satellite, Ventura gets more students out of those high schools than Oxnard does.
Okay.
And why do we create a new site to take those students and they're not going to Ventura? We're spending more money and not serving them.
Perhaps, but I think it's important we hear, in this case, maybe from the college itself, if you're comfortable with
No,
that. But
it hasn't been vetted enough. I really have asked the presidents not to even talk about this because it hasn't been vetted through. We're not even all in alignment yet. We haven't had the discussions at cabinet. I haven't had the discussions at enrollment management. So
okay, I know Trustee Torres has been waiting to speak, and I'll lean on my colleagues on the board for some direction on this, because I do have a couple questions in regards to some of the concerns that you brought forward, particularly like in some of the details of this plan, because it is on our item or on our agenda as a discussion item. So I'll see if that's appropriate from the consensus of the board. And if it is, then we'll ask some questions. And if it's not, we can wait for it at another meeting. So Trustee Torres, thank you for being patient.
When I say that we will have faith in the participatory process, I am not from the district in terms of working, but I have concerns when I hear you speak, Chancellor, because right now there's so many barriers. I'm already here. Okay. My concerns are, I don't know if you can, I'm sure you can hear me. My concerns are, I believe that when it's a transparent, equitable process, everybody who's part of it listens to the concerns. And what I just heard you say as the chancellor, right now you're taking a position. And so you're taking a position on saying, I don't agree with this. I have reservations. It hasn't gone through this. There's some piece that I don't recommend. And now it's going to go through a process that people already heard what the chancellor thinks. How is that equitable? A transparent process. So here I am, a trustee, believing in the process. I made the motion and I sent it. I recommended it because I'm believing and having faith in equity and social justice with our staff to see it as what was submitted and then have it go through deliberation in the participatory process governance. But when the chancellor in a public meeting is stating his position, how can I have reassurance that it'll truly go through a fair, equitable, transparent process? And that's just a rhetorical question. So you don't have to answer because it's been said. And so I have concerns. So we talk about systemic barriers and people do it unintentionally. Sometimes things like this happen. So people could be influenced already. It's a process that it'll be discussed and people see it just and have those conversations. But to hear that there's a possibility that some of this won't even go to the deliberation process. I'm thinking to myself, in participatory process, somebody can raise those questions and say, this is good. No, actually, what about if we do it this way? Now, if they won't even see it because it'll get stopped somewhere before it even goes forward, it brings me great concerns in equity. And as a board, that's what we believe. We have a resolution of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as a board, we are charged to monitor equity that's coming from the state, from our fellow trustees. We have a trustee who's part of the DEI committee at the state level. I have concerns with those statements. I honestly, that's why I said I believe in justice and going through the participatory process, that this is a plan that was submitted to the board, that this plan is just going to go forward and it's going to be vetted, but with no outside influence. And I have concerns that the chancellor just expressed his concerns. And my hope is in the process that the people who are going to be charged in the participatory process are able to truly look at things from justice. Everybody as a district has made that commitment, and I have faith. I believe in the process that justice can be done and that people can look at it and say, let's look at this. Let's look at it as a district. I heard the word family. What is it that we need? Is this what this college needs? Okay, what does the community over here need? It's Moore Park. What does the community over here in Ventura need? And it goes through a fair process, but equity and fairness and justice. So I'm hoping that we still get justice. We made a decision in March 2020 to bring in $2 million because there was an emergency. At that moment, with those $2 million, it wasn't vetted. It didn't go through a participatory process. The way that money was spent, it didn't come to us for approval with the plan. Some of it was used for police services, which was needed. Others was used for colleges, for district marketing. It didn't come to us. We didn't have a plan beforehand to say this is how it's going to be spent. We trusted this is the way it was. We later got HERF money. So at the time when we made that decision, HERF money wasn't there. So that's why we did it. When we knew HERF funding was here, we said we're not going to take away from the colleges because we already made that promise. Although they have, Ventura has about 35 million, Oxnard 25, Moore Park 36. We're not going to ask them to give us back what was already from the reserve because we gave it to them. And my hope is that we don't do the same with our colleges. They've already used their HERF money. They know what it's allocated. And so for us to be able to say to any of our 3 colleges also, I'm sure if they've made already plans with that money, that we don't say, okay, now you have to, whatever it is you wanted to, you can't use it anymore because you have to use it for something else. And so now we have another crisis, which is enrollment. So in March 2020, we decided to go ahead and pull money from the reserves, 2 million. And so now we have this enrollment. In the process, we have to respond. We can't do things like we did before. We've been hearing that very much so, especially tonight from our non-instructional faculty as well. We think we can't go back to the way things were. So at this moment in time, when we're revamping, we cannot go to a participatory process governance the way it was before because we are in crises. We are losing students. We're trying to raise enrollment. It can't be lengthy. Can our staff do it? Absolutely. I believe and I have faith in our staff to be able to respond to the need. And so I know Trustee Chancellor mentioned about it. Can this be coming forward to us in October, by October 15th through a process that is equitable? And I believe, I mean, I don't know, but I'm hoping that it's enough time that the plan wouldn't stop if it gets approved. I don't know if when this plan needs to be approved in order for Oxnard College, if it were to get approved, to make it happen fall 2022. So I'm looking at a timeline that this is able to be done. So Oxnard College, if it approves it, or it goes through the participatory process and it comes to us for approval, that they're able to carry it out. It's not too late. And I'm hoping the enrollment committee is also moving forward also in that manner in terms of the speed that we need to.
Okay. Just one other question I have. And so, speaking of the HERF funds, did that $100 million go through the layers of participatory governance and committees that you're advocating this plan's going to need to go through? So
this is that there was an interest in accessing reserves. If Oxnard College wanted to implement it, this wouldn't even be here before the board. If they wanted to be using HERF funds and operating dollars to add sections. Now, if they were going to go into a lease arrangement for a satellite location, that would be coming before the board and would be going through our governance review process. But for the use of the operating dollars, the HERF dollars that are allocated to the colleges, they're implementing their enrollment plans, their strategic plans, and working to meet the board plans, and those don't have to come before the board.
Oh, no, I wasn't so much asking the board. I was saying like participatory governance. Like
Just whatever governance at their campuses, but
At
not
their campus,
district.
not
because
district. I just find that odd that like we're so concerned about $500,000 a year, yet $100 million received less oversight and less participatory governance and policy, and like that's kind of what I'm hearing. And I don't actually, maybe we can talk about that. It just, I don't know. I'm just having a hard time with that, but I think we've explored. I mean, if you want to add something, feel free, but I think we've explored it. And I think it's come now to a time to ask the question, as a board, would we like this item to come back as an action item for our October board meeting with the direction that it would have gone through the participatory governance and the various committees and constituent groups that need to and should look at this. So Trustee Perez.
Chair, I would like any such proposal that any of the colleges bring to us that has merit to succeed. And there are some deep planning considerations around this or any other proposal that need to be identified and addressed. Because the last thing I want to do is set up OC or any of the colleges for failure. And, by our own rules, when, one of us asks for information or a report, we ask the chancellor, can you give us that information? If not immediately, by when? Come back with us with a timeline. I think it's only fair that we give that same latitude or courtesy to the chancellor. Give us a timeline of when you can, not just realistically, but thoroughly vet the question and bring it back for our consideration. So I don't have an idea right now. I couldn't tell you by when I would like this to come back, but I believe that he, along with everybody else that's been following this, recognizes that there is a time by which to act is imperative. So I would leave it at that. And, sometimes we can trip up over how we express ourselves. And I am no less supportive and confident in the participatory governance process as this thing moves forward.
Okay, back on the vibe of closure of this item. Trustee Mantooth, do you have any direction that you'd like to contribute to this item?
You had a sequence, you bouncing us back
Well,
as bookends.
We
now.
ended one, but
Okay.
we're just cycling back around.
Just saying.
Okay.
You know, this proposal is out there. This proposal has merit, okay? But this proposal deserves the appropriate scrutiny that it needs to get under the stewardship of our chancellor and the enrollment committee, which I'm very excited about hearing about what progress they're going to be able to make, and the colleges. And I also agree with you that there's money that can be spent prudently and without going hog wild and snake crazy for one-time types of things. And if through that process, this survives, if it survives, then it should come back to this board for approval. Without the board, I think the board steps back from this at this point and lets that unfold.
Fair enough. Any other comments on this? Before you speak, my only ask is, I'm kind of a little, not bothered, what's the word? I get a little nervous with like ambiguity, is that the right word? Yeah, of like dates, of time periods. So I would feel more comfortable as a board, we can kind of maybe ask our chancellor a realistic date when it would be most appropriate to come back to this board. Because it sounds like, and I know I cut you off and I apologize. I know Vice Chair needs to speak. Vice Chair McKay needs to speak, but I think it's important that we kind of get that answer of a time period. So maybe you want to mull that over while Vice Chair McKay speaks.
Yeah, I mean, I'll basically state that I need to talk it over with the cabinet group and then I'd be able to provide the board with a timeline around it. And I also need clarification on what we're actually going to provide a recommendation around, because is the recommendation to look at this OC proposal and fund it out of the 1.5 million? Is it a recommendation that we're to look at developing a line item, the major initiatives line item with the funding amount and criteria for proposals and how all the colleges would participate? I'm not sure how you want me to invest the staff time, because I'm hearing just fund the proposal from some of you. That's the goal, is just get it funded as quickly as you can. I'm also hearing let's provide resources and a process through which all the colleges can access money through a major initiatives line. So what's the direction?
I have some thoughts on that, but I'm not going to cut off Vice Chair McKay again.
You know, as I have, I've focused a lot on this proposal and probably less on the larger enrollment, you know, and I guess I would like to hear, not rush this through as much as I'd like to see some things grow in Oxnard. I always think of the littles, the rising scholars, the middle school kids that we've said for so long that those are the ones we need to influence. I believe so much. I'm on the board, of course I do, in Safe Passages, that, you know, who we grab those kids in kindergarten and start exposing them to college and museums and camping and all of those things. And so, you know, when we look at, you know, just adding sections, it's like, wow, do we just add sections, or do we really go out there and dig into the communities and find those students that never saw themselves as college going? And so for me, it's just been a thinking bigger, that, you know, we do have the resources. That is the one thing. We don't have endless resources, as Trustee Manchus and I have said many times, but we do have some. And we are looking at an enrollment crisis, not just here, it is statewide. I mean, Stanislaus County is down 57%. I wouldn't want to be up there. But there's, you know, we're down 20%. That's a lot. The suggestion was made at the finance session that we learn to live within that apportionment budget, that we spend our next couple of years ratcheting down our expenses. Well, of course, we're in the lucky position that we can really smooth that out with our reserves, but we will be giving that up if we spend too many of them on special initiatives. So I'm just, having lived through budget cuts and having the students come here because we cut baseball and track and the television program and the performing arts programs and every, we got an email that, the landscaping doesn't look good. I mean, there's just so much out there that I just want to, when this comes back to us, that it comes back to us thoughtfully, that are we going to really build enrollment back from that enrollment committee? Is their estimation that they can find that 20%? And so we can continue to live with that hold harmless amount? Or should we be looking at the reserves of how that's going to ratchet us down to where we might have to learn to live until we can find those little guys and make them feel like the college going culture and bring them to our school? So I don't mind it coming here, but I caution that those reserves could be used to blunt what could be a really tough nut in a couple of years. So that's my caution, and why I think that it really should take some time to be vetted. That is adding sections the best thing that we can do for Oxnard, or is it investing in the K-8 students and making sure they see themselves as college-going students so that they come to us in 5 years, 10 years, that kind of thing. That's all I'm asking. Is we're going to do a broad look, let's do a broad look and not rush through, because Oxnard College can add the sections. This board is committed to our colleges. And so if the sections got added and it turns out that this is the best plan, you have our commitment that we will make sure you're full on that. But I don't want to rush something through if there's better ideas, if the enrollment committee and all these great minds come together and there are more comprehensive and better ideas that really embrace the whole community and it is our entire town. It's who we serve. And I think we should be looking to best serve all borders of all parts of the county.
Okay. I just want to give a last closing thought on something. It ties into Vice Chair McKay, but also Chancellor Gillespie. And it was, you asked the question, you're hearing you need direction, like to fund this plan, but then also you're hearing to, take time and go through the participatory governance and the different groups. I kind of think you can do both, and I say that I think that the mechanism that allows us to do both is our $70 million ending fund balance, $100 million of her funds, and the need, more than anything, the need that's out there. So how about this for a quote unquote great compromise, that it comes on the agenda as an update at our October meeting, and we receive a thorough update on where this is, where it's gone, who's looked at it, and where it's going, and how and when, if in fact it can be achieved. Because I say that as compromise with a capital C, because I'm ready to give direction to say, bring it back in October as an action item, because I don't think we can wait, because we've known our enrollment's been down for over a year. And we're saying, hey, an enrollment committee is starting, which is great. But we've also known enrollment has been a major, and I know the colleges have been doing things to address and mitigate enrollment. I know that we've heard it. We see it in your reports, and we've heard it. And I don't want to repeat anything I've already said, but I just want to go through. That's an idea I just thought of. October meeting. It comes back as an update of what has occurred from this date, September 14th, to our October board meeting. And we get a very thorough update of who's seen it, feedback it's received, and next steps. But I'm just one trustee.
Start college. I mean, given time to reflect, and with your academic senate and your classified senate and just your governance process, is it the one that they want to go through? I think getting an update just from Oxnard College, is it really after time to reflect what you would do again? I know you didn't, I know that you were approached and you didn't have a lot of time. And so maybe that's a realistic ask, to just have it go through one governance process, not all of them.
Taurus?
Trustee McKay has been focusing and redirecting. You've been approached and taking value of the great work that you put together as your staff. And so this is something that you put together, and that's a beautiful thing for Oxnard College to be able to put together a plan, because as the president, you don't do anything you don't believe in. And so you would have not brought forward anything that you didn't believe in and presented to the board. So I just want to mention that because it keeps reiterated. And I don't want that to distract the board from really the way it was done, the beautiful and collaborative work of community and a college responding to a need. And oh my God, thank you for the example of how do you respond with the plan. And when we talk about moving forward in equity, you have now, Oxnard College has set the standard moving forward that we will hopefully see plans for everything that we do with expenditures from now on. And so for that reason, it's in a plan that you believe in, is going through the process. Oxnard, I believe in it, our three of our colleges. You submit a plan, it goes through a process. I have faith. And I believe in justice as well. And what I wanted to just share is that for me, I would also like to see this come forward in October, but I'm willing to have that compromise with an update because there is this emergency, there is this crisis of enrollment, and we've had this since the beginning. And I also want to see how that's being addressed at all of the different colleges. So I know we were talking about Oxnard College, but I would like that update for each one of the colleges, for Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura, at our October meeting, of updates of how enrollment is being addressed. I would like to see that I would like updates. I'm not going to dictate how it's going to be done because it's not within my jurisdiction, but I like very much the proposal that Oxnard has already submitted, detail, letting us know a plan of how they're addressing enrollment. And so I would very much love to see what is being done at the other colleges. So that I agree with what you're saying. I would like to also know by October, by when we can have a date of what is going to take place in terms of this process, so it doesn't continue just lengthening.
I'm going to ask a question, and I think we need to take a break and then move on. And it's based off of past practice. In my tenure on this board, we have always, when we've talked about something that connects to a particular college, leaned on that college to share a little bit about it or to give some insight. Is there a consensus from this board to ask our president, with the also support from our chancellor, to ask our president President Sanchez to share a little bit briefly about this plan? But I want to make sure it's okay with you. And of course, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if it's okay with you as well.
I'd prefer not, because again, we haven't even vetted it through or discussed it. It's here in the packet. People can see what's there. But again, if the board as a whole wants President Sanchez to speak,
I'll take the plunge here. As for one, I understand, I've read the plan thoroughly, but I as the president of this accredited institution, I think it's a brief sort of summary or background wouldn't hurt. But I'm just one.
I would think it's fair to have President Sopanu and President Hoffman speak then too. And I'm trying to.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Okay. How about we take our restroom break? We'll come back at 10:15 and we'll address these questions. Okay. Thank you.
I know it.
What's going on?
Okay. All right on time. Thanks everybody. So taking the recommendation of colleagues on the board and the sense of time in our public hearing, it was supposed to be at 8 and time sensitive. When we receive the update, I'm really hopeful and eager to, as part of the update, is to hear from our president and presidents. I think it would be an appropriate use of time for that. So thank you for the willingness, and of course, all presidents for being here and engaged in and the good fight for our colleges and our students. Okay, with that said, so Chancellor Gillespie, do you have what you need from this board for our October meeting, and then to take away and to work with Vice Chair McKay and myself with agenda setting for this item?
Yeah, and what I don't, I'll get clarified later.
Excellent. Okay, that's really helpful to hear too. Okay, so our next item originally was labeled or titled as 17.01, but we moved it up because it seemed appropriate to discuss the approval of, I want to make sure I get this large number correct. Looks like the increase of Fund 126 of 24 million and Fund 74 of 7.5 million. So, but I don't want to steal your thunder. So 17.01, Chancellor Gillespie.
View the item. Yeah, I'll just say this is HERF 3. So on top of the CARES and the HERF 1 and the HERF 2. And so this is HERF 3. The total is 32,073,398. So slightly above 32 million. It's coming forward to for you to approve ratification. And it is not built into the budget that you'll see in a minute. Once you approve this item, then the fiscal folks will be able to move forward with the college folks and put it into their put it into the ledger and budget and work through the process accordingly to either spend the money or plan to spend the money. They're already making plans to spend the money, as you know.
Thank you for that. Do we have any? I just have a clarifying question, but I don't want to jump on anyone's toes. Do you want to ask? I don't know your question. I'm sorry.
That when we got that was printed out for us, the 15.06, that this is just through HERF. This is HERF 3, so this is how it was divided.
This is HERF 3.
I'm confused what this is. The 1701 HERF versus this HERF money that we got.
It should be the same.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So if I may, so there's 8.9 million for Moore Park and 6.7 million for Oxnard and 8.9 for Ventura, and the total is 32. Does that clarify, or are you?
Yeah, I'm just confused why we have two different ones, but I'll get it together.
Yeah, they're identical. It just
wanted to have two things on the agenda. Awesome. I'm kidding.
I know.
My clarifying question to keep this rolling is when is the roughly $30+ million, is that in our adopted budget book?
No, it's not in the adopted budget book. Once it's approved here, then we know from this item, the colleges have let us know at a high level where the money is going to go, but it's not in the adopted budget yet. No. HERF 1 and HERF 2 are, and CARES if there are remaining balances, but this has not been, it's not in the budget.
Which fiscal year will it be spent? Will it be spent in the fiscal year that 21, 22? Because it says it will. I'm just making sure.
Well, some of it may be spent now and some of it may be spent later. We have 2 years and maybe another year for an extension on HERF 3.
So for the amount that the ratification that we're approving tonight, originally listed 17.01, what amount of that roughly $30 million is included in the 21-22 budget?
Zero.
Oh, okay. But even though it says for the fiscal year 21-22?
Well, we're receiving the money, but we're bringing it forward to the board, itemized per college. Once you ratify it, then it will be built into the budget. There were timing issues that it wasn't put into the budget, so it's coming forward now.
No, I understand that, but what budget will, after we ratify it tonight, because what will any of the dollars be spent in this fiscal year, 21-22?
So it's possible that some will be spent this year, depending on the plans of each campus. As you have mentioned, tonight, there was a total of $100 million. So this one is the latest amount of money to come forward. So it's best to spend the other money before its deadlines. And we provided a chart before with the deadlines and so on. And we have it in here also, not in this particular item, I don't think. But some money may be spent this year, but it may not be spent until the subsequent year for these dollars.
Any other questions? Trustee Mantu.
Sure, I would like to recommend or move that we approve ratification of these funds.
Any other comments or questions for the ratification of these funds? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. So that's going to take us, so there was a large presentation behind that, which we all reviewed. Okay. Oh, okay. That's going to take us to, drum roll, 6.02, which is a public hearing. I think is an opportunity. Did some exciting YouTube watching of other board presidents and chairs doing public hearings, and they called the official public hearing to begin. So I'm doing that. And if there's anyone from the community that would like to participate and give comment, now would be your opportunity for the public hearing. And each person will be allotted, we'll just kind of stick to our traditional 3 minutes. Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at approximately 10:22 on September 14th. Thank you very much. And our next item will be the approval of our budget. It's kind of fun to do that. All right, action to approve the 2021-22 adoption budget for all funds of the district. And Chancellor Gillespie.
So some of the comments from the academic senate presidents regarding the work of everyone through the process, and Dave and his team as well. And I'll turn it over to Dave for an overview. So I'm going to be brief. And James Avis, our budget director, is here also to perhaps present and answer questions. So we'll tag team. I just do want to mention, so this budget is a culmination over the last couple of years as we've added some things based on board input and so on, and including we were able to add, as you mentioned at the front end of this meeting, the trustee areas and the trustee maps, which are important. We also have the mission statement and the strategic goals and the upfront section of the budget. Through DCAS this particular year, we normally just do things by consensus, but there was a motion to approve, and it was unanimously approved at our recent meeting, with the exception of one abstention. So there's been a lot of work put into it and a lot of folks and robust discussion. I will also say there's some attachments here. There's a very lengthy executive summary, which we've included some documents that have been presented to you previously in study sessions, because I felt that was important to have it in here. Also, there's a joint analysis. The reason the joint analysis is here, many districts, including ours, sometimes we copy verbatim the joint analysis data through tables, and it shows what the state is providing under certain categories. What we've done the last couple of years is we've taken excerpts from that and tied it to the most relevant issues or the biggest issues for us. And so that's in our executive summary document, a couple pages into that. And then because of the discussions about sustainability, we've included the sustainability update that you were provided 5 or 6 months ago, I think, what all the colleges are doing. I will add, Ventura College and Oxnard College particularly are updating their sustainability plans through their facility master plan. And I know that some of you may have attended a meeting recently at Ventura that was going through that process. And then lastly, this is for me, lastly, this certainly is a good budget. Because of the increase in COLA, it's increased our available resources almost $11 million, $10,750,000. There's some key points on the board item narrative that I know that you've seen, and I know that you've at least gone through most of the documents, I think. But with that, we can either open it up to questions, or I can have James present portions of the executive summary. It's the pleasure of the board, depending on the time. What would you prefer?
Well, I'm going to speak for one trustee here, but for considering the time, I think it might be helpful to open it up for questions. I would probably maybe start with the executive summary for questions, and then we, if needed, any questions to dive into the budget itself, and go from there. Is everybody okay with that idea? Okay, great. So in regards to the budget summary, are there any questions? A comment? Okay, we'll take comments.
Really the summary, because it provides detailed information about how it came about, and it addressed inequities in the budget allocation. And that's why it's gone through so many different revisions, because it really acknowledged that there has been a college that perhaps at one point benefited more. So they had to go back and really take into consideration a lot of different external factors, which leads me to believe that we're on continuing really to improve. And so I'm sure if we take another look, there's different things that we can do. And I really like to see the major initiatives, because really the spirit of the budget allocation model is done really in equity and justice. And so the majors initiative item talks really about being able to provide those additional funds that our college may need. And so I know that we're just talking about the executive summary. So that's my comment. The question is, I was wondering, what is the difference between the capital projects fund and also 113, the infrastructure model? Because as I was reading what they fund, they both fund similar things. So I just didn't know why you can find similar things within the two different funds, because I mean, we can use some, I mean, when we go into the budget, I'm going to give my comments and suggestions of funds that I believe deserve much more funding, because we can use it for our students and services that they may need. And so as I was reading what it's used, I guess my questions are going to come later in the budget.
I just would like to add to that question, because I had the same question, but my question builds upon it a little bit more. Is the board the body that determines, because since it is part of our quote unquote reserve, the description of 113, is it the board that has some influence or perspective on that description of what 113 is and should be used for? Because I share with you too, there's a lot of overlap with some of the capital outlay funds. Was it 4X, 12X? Yeah, 4X. Okay, you want to mic it?
Yeah. We adopted, created the infrastructure funding model at a time when there was, little to no money for technology upgrades, deferred maintenance, that kind of thing. And it wasn't a slam dunk. There were people that were really opposed for us doing the opposite of taking ongoing dollars and turning it into one-time money. And so I'm just wondering that maybe do we still need that? It was done for a specific purpose at a specific time. And I just wonder, I'd like to throw out there, not for this budget that's already been worked out, but just as you start the work, I know you start the work right away on next year, is to look at the infrastructure funding model. And, just, do we still need it? Having, something we created at a time of need, if we still need it, fine. But if, I would just like to know, because of the capital expenditures and this, is it something that is still needed? That's my ask for as we go forward.
Let me try to respond to a couple of the questions. Trustee Torres, James can cover yours maybe later in the budget if that's
next month.
No, I just want to say, so annually, DCAS looks at the allocation model, which includes the infrastructure model. And we bring it forward to the board with any suggested changes and so on. And then the board approves or makes comments and so on. So the board did approve it this year, but it is definitely, as Trustee McKay says, it's going to come back next year. And so I will make sure that we have that discussion at DCAS. And so no, we're happy to do that, but this was already approved by the board.
And
this
I,
particular
like I
model.
said, I only brought it up because I'll forget, and then we'll be, 6 months down the road with this, that just as you start to formulate next year, do we still need it? Or can we suspend it for a little while, or do we still need it?
Well, and I think it may be that may be an approach of do you suspend it, because it's important to have, but that'll be a discussion that we have.
Hearing no other questions, I did have a question in my book. It's page 11 of the executive summary. It's the general fund unrestricted balances. And I know I've asked this question before, but I guess in the tentative budget, we projected, which was, I want to say 2 months ago, we projected our ending fund balance to be 59 million, but it came in on the actuals the end of June at 70 million. Page 11, we can just share.
It's 63 of the budget of the board book.
Okay.
Page 11 or page 63.
Thank you. Page 11 or 63. And then we have the projection for June 30th, 2022 to be 57 million. So when I look at that, red flags go off because that's a significant drop and would show that our ending fund balance or reserve is getting decimated. But that's not going to happen because, and I say that with the past practice of three years, it never does. So I'm still unclear on the why we do that.
If I'll have James explain the projections. I would say past practice is probably not the phrase I would use. I would just say past facts of what actually had occurred, right? It's not a practice. We would just report the numbers as it turns out, right? James, can you talk about the actuals and projections? Thanks.
Yeah, I can. So at tentative budget, we did take a look and try and do an estimate of where we would come in. In the unrestricted general fund, Fund 111, we did end up after that was completed, getting information from the state on lottery funds and our apportionment for P2. Both of those came in higher than we had projected. So P2 came in like $2.8 million higher than what we had known at that point. And lottery came in a little over $400,000 higher than what we had in the budget originally. So that was one difference. And then the rest of it is really in the spending. We did have less spending in both 113 and 114 than we had originally planned. And then also some of the revenues came in stronger. Decisions were made at the end of the year to use some of our HERF funds to cover lost revenues in Fund 114. So that was just, that's a little bit of why there's that difference. Looking at 6/30/2022, you'll see that in the unrestricted general fund, Fund 111, the decrease is essentially the budget carryover, planning to spend that budget carryover and not assuming a carryover in the next year. And then Fund 113 and 114, that's the amount that's there after what is budgeted to be spent. Each campus is going to look at what they have and budget those amounts to spend what's available. Maybe not everything that's available, but they do kind of have plans on what happens throughout the year. Different things occurred that might delay some of that spending. So as that happens, it will probably end up with a little bit higher balance, but based on our budget right now, this is what our planned spending is.
I'm just curious as well. We budgeted last year on the next page, I'm sorry, I should say, for the salary and benefit cost. Last year at this time, we budgeted for 85%, which is kind of like that golden number when we go to conferences, they always say, you know, like, hey, salary and benefits, 85, anywhere to 88%, somewhere in there. And that varies by whichever group you talk to. But we came in at 82.3%. So does this show that, because we hear this a lot. I mean, we actually heard it in a college report about a dean leaving, and it was, hey, this dean left for a particular reason and more pay. So we hear this, that our surrounding districts have higher or more competitive salaries and benefits for that matter, maybe. I'm just wondering, this is concerning to me, you know, that I want to make sure our district is, and it's not really a question, it's more, well, it's more of a concern or a red flag that I'm just pinning in that I thought was worthy to mention to the board, that when I go to these conferences and I hear that the magic number is 85, 86, 87, 88%, somewhere in there, that our actuals are lower than that. So.
Yeah, and when you look at the subsequent page, it shows the 10 or 11 year history. And so it goes up and down, but if it's in the 85% range, that's good. 82 is pretty low. 86, 87 is moving up there. We don't want to be at 90%. There are some districts at 90%, which is really, really tough to run the district. But and a lot of it has to do with vacancies that pop up. And
okay. You know, when part of the executive summary, I'll keep this very brief on mine. It's page, well, in the board packet, page 71 and 551, but it's Oxnard College budget priorities. And I don't know the executive summary. There's a pie chart. It's the pie chart page. 19. Okay, thank you. Budget priority number 5. I thought this was interesting, but really connects to a previous item. And I'm not backtracking here, but the item for their budget is to promote the college's reputation. And if there's a takeaway I can make as a trustee of this, you know, district, is there's concern there, and it's not based, I don't think, on the actions that the college is doing, but more on what the community would like the college to do. So I'm going to take the high road, the positive presupposition there, and I find it very appropriate that that's a budget priority. So and the last comment on the executive summary that I wanted to make is that it looks like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Fund 113 is still being funded, and you know, it's growing, and well, it maybe not be growing, we're budgeting for it to grow, but there's revenue coming into that fund. Is that a correct way of stating it? I'm seeing some heads nod, maybe. Okay, there's funds coming in. In other words, in some shape or form, our reserves are still growing. And I know I said that in the previous item, but and I think that ties really well into what Vice Chair McKay was mentioning as well. So that was it for me on the executive summary. Are we ready to dive into? Sure. Oh, sorry.
It was it's I believe it's a page 11. And I lost it in my book, but it had board designated and it had like a 0 amount. It was the one that had all of the different.
the carryover,
It may be. That's a.
Oh,
so
That one.
right.
So it says one time that, so the board, so we don't have anything listed in board designated. And when I was reading the description above the legend, it says that we can use that for one-time expenditures.
All of those.
Oh, that's not one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That would be, would major initiatives fall under that one? I mean, it's not listed there, but is that where it would fall? I was just wondering.
If you're going to do that, it would go there.
It would go there. Okay. Okay. That's what I was going to ask. Okay.
I would like, when the board is done, I would like to just make a closing comment about the summary. If So on, I want to talk about police services just for a moment, because I know there've been different questions and it's been discussed and we're still discussing it, but on page 89 or page 37 of the summary, I just want to mention police services. So the police services has had some budget issues for a couple of few years. I will comment, I know Trustee Torres mentioned earlier that part of the $2 million was used to fund police services, and that was true. However, we did back that out and use her funding that all of the campuses and so on agreed to do. So we backed that out of the $2 million at some point. And I had mentioned it at a meeting, but regarding police services specifically, and we had an officer talk about vehicles and so on. There've been some different comments made to the board. So in this budget, in the adopted budget, we have put $300,000 to buy 3 vehicles. I believe that was the number. Is it 300,000, James, exactly?
It's 180.
I apologize. 100, yeah, I was thinking that was a lot. That was an expensive 3 cars. So $180,000, and that came from some parking dollars that were there and available. We do not have enough funds to fill the officer positions, and we're having those discussions. We have been having them. We're going to continue having them at DCAS. What's going to happen ultimately during the course of the next few months, we're going to determine how to fund those positions. And there's a lot of different reasons for why their budget is problematic. I think it's problematic at most colleges, the police services budget. But we're going to identify a sustainable source of funds to make sure that they can be fully staffed at what they should be staffed. And that will be built into the next budget. However, because it takes so long to fill police officer positions, we're going to fly a couple of positions now. We started the process. It just takes so long to fill. We don't think we'll be able to fill them really until the end of this fiscal year, maybe the beginning of next fiscal year. If we're able to fill one of them sooner than that, then we will do that. It's not the typical way of doing things, but we have a plan as we're working through the process to identify the sustainable source. And it needs to be funded through a district-wide funding source. And so we're just going through that process. I wanted to mention it to you that we're not resting on that. We're taking some action to get to a good place with our police services. So.
Bill, do we not pay as well as, or do they just want to be on a city police force? Do we not pay as well? What, as the sheriff department says, why are they so hard?
Well, in part, it's because they have to go through additional security clearances before they actually can come on. So in addition to the normal hiring process, there's an additional components that have to happen. So that's part of the issue. I'm sure there are other issues. I don't know that the pay is the main issue. There's hours, maybe there's other issues, but from my perspective, just the comment of being able to fly it soon has to do with the elongated issues that we have to go through to have them go through the clearances.
Okay.
Sorry, I want to make sure I got what you said is correct. You mentioned the HERF funds were not going to be used, but in the budget book, it says 1.7 million was used from HERF funds to cover lost revenues for the police department.
No, I said originally the $2 million, which was the reserves that the board authorized as emergency use for the.
Got it.
Originally, we used like 460,000 of that, but then there was a conversation at the board level. Can't we use HERF funds instead? And so we were able to reverse that out. So HERF funds is using to cover that because we can cover lost revenue from parking.
And does a decision like that go through participatory governance, or is that a decision your office just makes?
No, it goes through DCAS and it goes through the conversations with the colleges, and because the HERF money came from the colleges, actually the district office doesn't have that money. So no, it was a joint decision.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions on the executive fund or on the executive summary? I'm sorry, or the budget itself? No. Okay. So in that case, I think we're ready to take a first and a second.
Approval of the budget.
Okay, any comments? Just have one, we've discussed it numerous times. I'll keep this very brief. And I think the item at Oxnard College kind of highlighted it. I feel strongly that as we continue to carry over and not spend dollars that the state, county, federal government give to us, it's a missed opportunity for students. And I won't be supporting this budget tonight because I feel that we're going to get the same results if we do the same thing. And I know I'm just one trustee, but I'm so glad that this item at Oxnard College came to me because I think items like that belong in a budget. I do. I think that's the appropriate place for them. Innovative plans, not just to recover from enrollment emergencies, but to fund, hot food at a student center, or to, the list goes on and on. And I don't think it's our role as trustees to solely create this list. I think we should receive them and provide them. And so that's one issue for me. So I look forward to eventually having a greater role in building future budgets. And that for me is going to is a big part of my vote. And I don't take it lightly, but and I recognize and appreciate the hard work that went into the budget in its current form. But that's where I'm at. Okay. So we have a first and a second. If there's any other comments or questions. So I'm sorry if I jumped ahead.
It's fine. I know we've been discussing about the budget and we talked about a major initiatives item to be included in the budget. We had many conversations to discuss the budget, and the budget always got pushed back and always got pushed back for many different reasons. And so I didn't believe it really went through the process of us as board members being able to discuss it as thorough as we wanted to. We just sent back a 1.5 million plan. That's really very little compared to the reserve that we have in the 100 million that we've received from federal funding. And when we look at justice and equity, here's a budget that came before us. And I don't know if we have been able to spend so much time in really looking at the little things that are so important. I didn't see a major initiatives. I didn't see anything coming our way. If this is what you want to do, this is how you would go about it. And what are your thoughts if you want to fund it before a plan even came forward to us? Because we had already been discussing as trustees that we wanted to provide support to the colleges, and that sentiment was shared since 4 or 5 months ago. And I don't see an equitable, just budget in the sense of addressing those needs. I see a budget that is doing what they have been doing in the past since I've been a board member the last 2.5 years, and there's been just different things that we've raised. I look at the capital outlay, I look at the 113. I'm still trying to understand what's the difference because I'm seeing their funding very much the same. There's carryover money. There's all this reserve money that continues to go into certain categories and areas, and we're not spending it. And I think as a board, we want to be able to spend our money and we want to be able to use this for our students. And I, like Trustee Chancellor, don't feel that I can support a budget, an adopted budget that addresses the needs of conversations that we've brought forward. I feel like it's just like day one. When I first was elected, we need to do this. This budget doesn't need to be approved or doesn't need to be submitted until October 15th. This is the only year that they've made that exception because of the pandemic. Typically, this budget needs to be adopted in September because it needs to be submitted. And so unfortunately, it's the same as before, and I get it. Like, it's my time. I hear Trustee McKay, sharing a couple of comments with you on the side. But I do think it is important for us to be able as trustees to express ourselves. I think there's value in us being able to speak regardless of the time because it's such an important item. And I've always seen for us as board members that that's really healthy when we get to share and express our concerns. Thank you.
Oh, Chancellor Gillespie.
I'd like to share with the board that, again, the budget's being implemented in a manner to meet the strategic goals that you have. If you look back to, I think it was in June when I provided the state of the district and I shared with all of you what has happened during this past year on resources going to students to help to continue to access classes online, the training of faculty that was occurring, all of the work that's been going on to help retain our students, complete our students, AB 705 implementation. All of the things that the college are doing are helping to drive the outcomes ahead. And we can get into as much detail as we want, or each of the colleges bringing loads of initiatives that they're implementing forward. But what the board needs to be concerned about are the outcomes we're getting. And we are down 20%, but we're fortunate to be only that far down. And that's because of the hard work of our employees, the faculty, the classified administrators doing that. They're doing the hard work all of the time, and they need these resources to be doing that. If the level of detail isn't there for you, or you need a list of all of the things, to me, that's the operating decisions that are being made at the college to drive the outcomes towards the goals that the board has set. So I frankly haven't, I just don't understand not being able to support a budget that is balanced, that shows our district has reserves at a time when we need them. And when we have 3 colleges that are creating good outcomes in support of the board goals. So I don't understand that.
Thank you for those comments. And I apologize if, as myself, if I didn't do a good job kind of explaining. It's not a level of detail for me. I actually applaud the level of detail, Chancellor Gillespie. To me, the concern, I mean, I don't want to go into every detail, but one big one is I agree the colleges are doing a phenomenal job. Can they do more with more resources? That is attached to a budget. I believe they can. I think that with the reserves and money being carried over and retaining and still growing our reserves isn't doing as much good as they could do. And that's my right to sort of have a position there. So I don't want to get in a debate about that. I don't think this is the time or place. I think it's a place to vote. And I've always, you know, I received advice on day one, and it was like, what about a budget? Like, what happens if a budget doesn't pass? Well, then you rebuild it. You look at it and you take the concerns from the community and you address those. Doesn't mean I want to stop operations. It just means that I believe more operations can occur and should occur. And I firmly believe that. And that's why my vote's no. It's not to stop what's currently happening. It's to advocate for more. And I believe the resources are there to do that. So please don't misinterpret that as I want to stop operations or get involved in operations. I want to support more. That's it. So I think we are ready for a roll call vote. Trustee Mantooth. Thank you. Vice Chair McKay.
Yes.
I am a no. Trustee Torres. Okay. Trustee Perez.
Yes.
Okay. Passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your hard work on that. I do. It is very much appreciated. Okay. College reports. First, I'd like to introduce or state a huge thank you to the college reports that came our way in written form. But as always, we will open it up if there is anything that is not listed in the college reports that needs to be delivered. Keeping in mind, we are, I don't even want to say it, approaching 11 o'clock and breaking rules. So with that said, yes, I see a hand coming up.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor, Chair Chancellor. I wanted to not update you on Ventura College. I can give you that update at our next board meeting. I wanted to talk briefly, since it came up, about the District Council and Enrollment Management and give you an update on how that's going. We met for the first time since I've been here as a committee 4 days ago. And we got all the people in the room who would be excellent at that. One of the things about this job that I like is that I'm in a room with people smarter than me in a lot of different areas. So I got to hang out with all 3 colleges, vice presidents of academic affairs, all 3 student services VPs, the districts, and each of the colleges, director of outreach and marketing, all 3 colleges, deans of institutional effectiveness. These are experts who are going to have the tools needed to develop some of the proposals, analyze some of the data, gather the information to do some of the things that I think I heard the trustees kind of wanting for in some of the projects that they saw on the Oxnard proposal and some of the potential ones I heard some of the trustees mention. So I just wanted to go over, Chair Chancellor, you requested some information on the timeline, which I think the Chancellor is going to be able to give at our next meeting. Just an update on that, in 2.5 weeks from now, we're going to meet as Chancellors or Consultation Council, where we prepare the agenda for the next board meeting. Unfortunately, the District Council on Enrollment Management won't be meeting until a week after that. So when we prepare the agenda for our next board meeting, that'll be before the Enrollment Management Committee can consider some of the things that came up at this meeting. So that's a little bit of the timing and a little bit of what I wanted to share with you about some of the PG. It's not always just a hoop to jump through. It's not a nuisance. It's a way we can gather some of the transparency, some of the buy-in, and some of the expert opinions to bring to you as some of the solutions. So thank you.
Ready for another?
Yeah, sure. Let's do this.
I've got 2 things from Oxnard College. Oxnard College Academic Senate passed a resolution related to some of the public comments that are maybe still sitting there on Zoom. This is a resolution titled OCAS in support of immediately approving a remote and/or hybrid work model for counselors. It unanimously passed. I'm just going to read the resolve, but you can find the entire document on our Academic Senate website, and I'm happy to send that to you if you'd like to take a look. Resolve, the VCCCD administration and each board of trustee member immediately approve a remote and/or hybrid work model for the health, safety, and well-being of students and employees. The reduction in on-campus activities will drastically reduce exposure to COVID-19. In-person services will still be offered, albeit in a safer environment for students and employees alike. Workers, given the flexibility of remote work, have an obligation to provide the same level of service, confidentiality, and professionalism that a student will receive in person. There are a few listed implementation requirements. We are not a remote institution, but truly the world is changing, and what our students want and need will change with it. We don't need to be constrained by office space, time, or meeting place. We can meet students where they need us, whether that's in person or remote. So this passed unanimously at our Senate, and we hope you'll consider it. And then one last thing, our faculty spotlight tonight, just because it's late at night, doesn't mean we don't have superstar faculty. Professor Alex Lynch, he's a full-time computer networking IT faculty member at OC. He received our Mark Deaver Award, which is our full-time teaching award, sort of like Teacher of the Year at our most recent All-College Day. Alex is actually a 2nd-generation faculty member at OC. His father, Ed Lynch, was the one who started our engineering technology program at OC. He retired after 20 years of service. Alex started at OC as an adjunct in 2001 and was hired full-time in 2004. We are in the same hiring class. He loves teaching technology subjects, preparing students for rewarding careers in IT. He believes that OC is a special place to work and that our students are amazing. I agree. He says, quote, "We are so fortunate to have the opportunity to inspire students, and conversely, our students inspire us with their achievements and their abilities to overcome adversity." I am so glad I get to introduce you to yet another superstar, Alex Lynch. Thank you for his service and thank you for your time.
Thank you again. for this opportunity. Moore Park College Senate also passed a resolution to support non-instructional faculty impact on student success and preparation, one of the 10+1. I will read just the resolved. You've heard the context from other means. Resolved that the Moore Park College Academic Senate work with administration to evaluate the policy mandating 100% on-campus attendance by non-instructional faculty and its impact on student success and preparation. I very much hope that the same care, compassion, and flexibility that faculty are expected to extend to students is extended to both non-instructional and instructional faculty. I'll leave it at that for just this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Academic Senate, and then we'll go to our three presidents, of course. I don't know if any academic senators, I see, oh, I'm sorry, it's late, classified Senate.
Yes,
I know.
it's
We all
late.
know.
I'm going to move my items for next month, Chair Chancellor, so I don't have an update.
Any other classified Senate presidents have anything to add? Hearing none, Dr. Sokanu.
Chair Chancellor. Cool. Just wanted to thank the folks who put together the concert for the cats that happened at the college on Friday. Mara Rodriguez from Edom, Gary Mui and Gary Wilson from Edom, as well as the support of our foundation staff, Alicia Huffman, John Paprano, and Jill Haney, our board chair for our foundation board. 305 individuals were in attendance, families, children, alumni, and it was an opportunity to invite our alumni back to campus and engage in music. Thank you so much for joining me, Trustee Perez. And again, that's an opportunity to support the construction of the habitat for our tigers. The college will have vaccination clinics on September the 20th from 10 to 2, September the 21st from 10 to 2, and September the 29th from 10 to 2. We are at the beginning of our Latinx Heritage Month, and tomorrow afternoon at 3:30, we'll have our kickoff event. Professors Arturo Zapada and George Herrera from our Chicano Studies program will be talking about that program and working and celebrating and identifying the experiences of our students of Chicano origin. That's my presentation and my report for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Sanchez.
First, I want to just acknowledge how awkward it was to be in this seat as the discussion around the Oxnard College proposal was. And you know, I've had such a great working relationship with everybody on this board and with the chancellor, whom I regard as exceptionally kind, exceptionally wise. It's been a privilege to work for him and two prior chancellors before that, including when Dr. Gillespie was president of Ventura College, when Dr. Hoffman was a dean at Moore Park College when I was president. And I think everybody knows I've given everything I've got, first to Moore Park College and now to Oxnard College. That's my intent. There's no mendacity in my intent. It's just to do the best I can while I'm there. I'll wait until, I thought we were going in the direction of comments on the proposal, but I'm happy to wait until next month. The caveat I would give is that if I'm going to have a chance to implement the plan that we've proposed for fall of 22, then I would need to have a go-ahead of funds by the December board meeting. So if you can't give it by then, I won't die, nobody will die, but we won't be able to offer it. And next month, when we do speak to this, I'll tell you exactly why I think her funds are inappropriate. Although I know there's some difference of opinion on that. I can answer Trustee McKay's questions directly about Oxnard College shared governance process. Dr. Edwards and Amparo Medina, the presidents of the Senate, they could quote this proposal verbatim to you because we've had good discussions on our campus. So I'll elaborate at next month's meeting and leave it aside for the moment. The only other thing I want to talk about is that tomorrow afternoon at our executive council, we're going to be joined by the Campaign for College Opportunity staff. This is when I was at Moore Park College, every year we would get an invitation to a nice dinner because of the large number of students that transfer to university from Moore Park College. And it was always a nice award to receive, still continue to receive it at Moore Park College. But the conversation I've been having with the Campaign for College Opportunity is rooted in equity. And you rarely hear me talk about equity because I share Trustee Mantooth's perspective that there's a different definition of equity for every single person in the room. And everybody supports equity until it costs them something. And so the conversation I'm having with the Campaign for College Opportunity is that the way that they award their honor for transfers is just based upon a head count. And if your parents went to college, and if you are the son or daughter of a middle-class professional who went to college, God bless you. We love helping you get transferred to university, but that doesn't fairly recognize how difficult it is for students typical of Oxnard College who are the first generation immigrants, immigrant farm workers who maybe don't speak English as their primary language, who live in a condition of poverty not recognized well by the socioeconomic ladder, who tend to measure movement on that index by quintiles. And quintiles are a fairly broad swath of economic levels of gradation. So they're going to actually join. My communication with them happened to coincide with their interest in digging a little deeper to actually measure the progress that our students are making. And as you know, increasing our transfers is probably my #1 goal at Oxnard College. So this is not an excuse for not having more transfers, but it's to create more opportunities for our students to transfer and to build the culture, but also get recognition for the really difficult work that our college has been doing. So all of this to say they're going to join us tomorrow afternoon, and we're going to have, I hope, a robust conversation about how to better measure progress on the socioeconomic ladder leading to transfers. My report.
Thank you for that report. Appreciate
Chair,
that.
before you ask Dr. Hoffman, I did notice in your president update report that OC students earned 27% more ADs and certificates of achievement in 2020-21 and in 2019-20.
Thank you for
So
catching that.
congratulations.
So you have my report. I'll keep it brief. But the students from Ventura College, I wanted to brag on them. They had to leave early, so they did wanted me to update you on some things that they're doing. Of course, in support of Latinx Heritage Month, they're helping host every Wednesday at noon to 1 o'clock. Different speaker series and other things to really celebrate the culture, because remember, Ventura College is 63% Latinx, our student population, and we're an HSI. So it's very important to embrace the richness that culture brings to our college. So I appreciate that. They're also supporting Constitution Day, trying to encourage students to vote. And they're also having their student life days to try and help students engage in the college, because we know by engaging in the college, our students become more successful. So I appreciate their efforts. They're phenomenal. They do this on top of other college work. So it's wonderful. Also, I did want to address the facilities that has been brought up, the questions related to Ventura College. Our student services building is one of our older buildings on campus. And in order to do the UV lighting and the other things that are above and beyond the Cal OSHA standards, we had to repair and update our HVAC in that building. So in the meantime, while that was going on, we had air scrubbers throughout the building. And so we know that it was safe and it met all the OSHA guidelines. But we know we want to keep our employees safe. Our numbers show that we are keeping them safe and that transmission is not happening at the college. And we're doing that through these mechanisms. So we're going above and beyond by adding that UV lighting. The other thing I do, again, like President Sanchez says, it's hard, our hearts, we care so much for our institutions. So it's hard to be silent when you know that some of the discussions that the board's having will directly impact your institution. So I'm glad that the proposal from Oxnard College. We'll go through its processes so that we can make data informed and real decisions, and not do, as Trustee McKay says, the shell game and just moving students around. Our goal as a district is to serve all our students and to serve them to the best of our ability to improve their success and improve our communities. So that's my report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, presidents and senators. And I believe that's going to take us to 7.03. So thank you very much for the written reports. And I'll just go through, I'll clump them all together and ask if there are any verbal reports that needed to be added to the extensive written reports. I see a finger up.
If I may, I just want to give you a preview. The next board meeting, we're going to bring the actuarial study report forward. And because of the change to CalPERS, our total liability has dropped $53 million. So we'll have the actuary come and present, and great news.
That is phenomenal news. Thank you for that. Finger raised for that piece of information. Is there anything else from human resources, public affairs and marketing, institutional effectiveness, or information technology that could or should be added to? No, seeing no. Okay, if any last minute thoughts come about, feel free. I think everybody has our emails. Are there any questions from the trustees regarding the written reports? Okay, hearing none, I believe that's going to take us to the consent calendar, which is items, just as a reminder, items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way through. Yes, is that correct? Yes. Yes. No, that's not correct. Part of, it says consent calendar, but part of 14 is action. So it's going to take us through everything that I just said, except for 14. 14 is our action item, even though. So is there anything that needs to be pulled?
Well, 14 is part of consent. And consent is all action items.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, for some reason I saw the items. Okay, I stand corrected.
Trustee Chancellor, you also have 8 board committee reports.
We do have 8. I'm getting all flustered. It must be after 11. Okay, so let's slow down here and let's take care of 8 board committee reports, which is 8.01 Policy Planning and Student Success Committee. Vice Chair McKay.
Going to do that before policy, just because it seemed to make a little more sense there. We did meet, and we're not just passing them forward, which is why I think it's easier for me to do right before we do policy.
Okay. Sounds like a plan to me. One thing we need to do is, and we don't necessarily have to decide that now, but as we do have an admin, our committees are back. So we do have admin services committee, but we don't have any members. And we also, I'm more than open to doing, as they say, a switcheroo on committees. So we do have 2 tentative policy committee members, Trustee Torres, Vice Chair McKay. But is there any extreme recommendation from that you'd like to make to be on a certain committee? So we need 2 and 2. 2 trustees to be on the admin services and 2 trustees to be on the policy. All right, we have 1.
As would I.
I think the reason that we were on policy together was because the DEI lens that we want all policy to go through, and we are on the ad hoc DEI. So I think that was kind of the reasoning behind that.
Excellent. Okay. So I'm sure the 2 trustees on admin services and 2 trustees on policy can work together with staff to come up with a calendar and start hitting away at the good work to be done. So thank you for that. That made that easy. So now we are officially on the consent calendar, which will be items 9 through 14. Is that correct? Okay. Any items that need to be pulled? Trustee Perez.
I'd like to pull item 10.01, and I'll be asking for that to be brought back next month.
Okay. So, and that's the action to approve the minutes.
Yes, that one of August 10th.
August 10th. And when you say you want to be back, like not to discuss now, but to discuss
Right,
at our next meeting?
Right. I have, yes.
Fair enough. Is that okay with the full board? Is
Right, next month. Board.
next month?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of the passing the consent calendar? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, is going to take us to 15.01, COVID response update 2021-22, including but not limited to spring semester, and a huge apology, but sometimes good governance gets a little sloppy. So we did have some participants that wanted to add to their public comment on this item. And we'll lean on our good friends in IT to alert us if any of those participants are still with us. Hopefully they are. And if in fact they are, we will open it up for public comment.
Chair, we do have a few.
Great. Okay. Then whoever is here to public comment, please state your name. You can raise your Zoom hand, and your 3 minutes will be your 3 minutes. And I will apologize to each and every person that is still here because that's the least I can do. And it looks like Erica Ruiz popped up, maybe. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Screens everywhere. Erica Ruiz.
Yes, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, first and foremost, I apologize, and I'm glad you stuck around, and your 3 minutes are your 3 minutes, so please.
Thank you. Counseling as a vocation is supposed to be transformational, not transactional. The last 17 months has by no means been easy for me as a counselor. Learning how to humanize online counseling has and continues to be challenging. Even now, as we've opened up more in-person counseling options, it is not in my nature to maintain physical distance when interacting with a student. To consciously maintain distance is challenging because I pride myself in the human interactions and relationships that I build with students. However, the health risks far outweigh these pedagogic challenges. The institution that we left behind back in spring of 2020 doesn't exist anymore. Our students in the surrounding community have suffered tremendously. Students have personally shared their experience of isolation, family loss, addiction, unstable work opportunities, basic need challenges, the list can go on. Yet those that showed up never lost sight of their academic journey. The modality of their counseling appointment didn't hinder them from sharing their goals and narrative. To quote Bell Hooks, "The academy is not paradise, but learning is a place where paradise can be created. The classroom or our counseling offices, with all their limitations, remains a location of possibility. In that field of possibility, we have the opportunity to labor for freedom, to demand of ourselves and our comrades an openness of mind and heart that allows us to face reality, even as we collectively imagine ways to move beyond boundaries and to transgress. This is education as the practice of freedom. My only hope is that as an institution of higher education, we can learn to transgress beyond the walls we inhibit and transform the way we think of counseling as a vocation, be it in person or online." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica. Appreciate, again, your patience with us. So next, it looks like Jody, are you there?
I am.
Okay, great. And then followed will be Esmeralda. So we'll go Jody and Esmeralda.
Chancellor Gillespie and Board of Trustees, thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Jody Dickey. I am the Moorpark College Counseling Department Chair. I'm here to address the 100% on-ground work mandate for non-instructional faculty. After 18 months of learning and honing skills needed to provide remote student support, all non-instructional counseling faculty were inexplicably mandated to provide 100% of student support on ground, even though few students are here and the pandemic continues to rage. This has caused a major disruption to our services as people have changed their schedules out of necessity or declined offers in order to comply with the mandate. Such mandate has caused unnecessary stress, fear, and anxiety for faculty. It's challenging to support others when you are not receiving support. It's difficult to focus on a student when you fear that 8 hours of exposure in a 6x8 room might cause one to become ill or possibly transmit that illness to loved ones. The more people that are in our offices, us included, the higher the odds we risk exposure. Now, when someone is a little under the weather, or they have a child home from school with a COVID exposure, they must call in sick. And student appointments are canceled, even though they might be able to provide support from a remote location. Working now, why wouldn't we want to allow remote work when it benefits the students by preventing appointment cancellations? As we approach cold and flu season, more people will call out sick when they could provide services remotely and avoid appointment cancellations. Academic Senate passed a resolution in support of non-instructional faculty to allow some remote work to support student learning. However, AS's attempts to negotiate a compromise with leadership have failed, not due to their effort. Concerns brought to management, leadership, or HR have been met with unhelpful suggestions. Hire new adjuncts, work in a tent if you feel unsafe, sit in front of a classroom to socially distance. It's important to note that tents and classrooms significantly change the counseling dynamics. Such suggestions infringe on academic freedom, are not in line with ACA standards and ethics, and are unnecessary when we have technology to provide remote student support. Much of my time over the past 4 weeks has been spent hiring and training 6 new adjuncts. It will take them weeks to get up to speed. So
30
that
seconds.
Department. And then their emergency hire time will come to an end. That's time I could have spent focused on program planning, scheduling, and striving to deeply embed equity work into the center of our counseling. This policy does not serve students, and I come to you with great concern that students, especially DI students, will not have the quality or quantity of support due to them. So I come to you as the people that hold the power as we approach the next registration.
Time, that is your 3 minutes. So thank you for sticking around and sharing with us your thoughts in public comment. Next is Esmeralda.
Counseling faculty are feeling tired, ignored, undervalued, overworked, taken for granted, regarded as less than academic faculty, and disrespected, including tonight in this very own space with a lengthy discussion on budgets and making us wait hours to speak and advocate. The district's priorities definitely lie in profits over people's existences. We've gone to our respective academic senates, campus administration, AFT, and now we're here pleading for your help. My colleagues and I propose an MOU for a hybrid flexible work schedule, including allowing deans to make decisions locally. We demand flexibility with our schedules the same way we rose to the occasion when the district asked us to be flexible and to learn new technology like Zoom and Cranium Cafe from one day to the next to move all of our services remote back in March of 2020. We did so without canceling appointments or closing down. Currently, face-to-face appointments are not popular with our students. Our virtual modalities continue to be in high demand. Counseling colleagues have gone through hardships to adjust their personal schedules with little time to do so. And the timing of this mandate was problematic as many counselors are off contract and aren't obligated to check or respond to emails during this time. Many student services folks are people of color. Part-time counselors may not have the privilege of health insurance, and yet they're required to expose themselves to COVID. Many exceptional and talented counselors have had to significantly reduce their assignments or quit their job altogether because there's no option for remote work. Folks may be living with immunocompromised loved ones or live in intergenerational households where transmitting the virus is deadly. Lastly, in our 2019-2022 VCCCD and AFT contract under Article 5, Clause 3 states when special conditions exist on a campus as determined by college management and is deemed advantageous to students and the community served, non-traditional assignments shall be appropriate. Such assignments may include, but are not limited to, Saturday and/or satellite campus assignments as part of full assignments in off-campus location. There is no language that states our full assignments must be conducted in office in person. I urge you to listen, empathize with counseling, faculty, and classified staff to take action during these unprecedented times. Mount SAC President William Scroggins is a great example of how leadership can take a humane stand on this issue. Take this opportunity to do right by us. Our students deserve to have healthy and happy counselors at their services, and we can only do so when our physical and mental health needs are being met. Thank you.
Thank you, Esmeralda. I believe we have, I'm just going from the list here, Kenya, and then Maria, and maybe Truly. That might be it. We'll see. Kenya, are you here?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we don't see you.
It's okay. You don't have to see me. I am a conscientious and agreeable in my work values. I do what I'm told. I don't challenge the directives I receive from my superiors. But recently, I am finding myself in conflict with what I believe is the right thing to do and speaking up against what I perceive as inequities in the workplace and in our service to our students. As I explained in an email I sent you all, I used my 80 hours of COVID-19 supplemental sick leave in January. This fall, I have been asked to quarantine twice. The first time I was asked to go home on Monday and not allowed to be back until Thursday. Those days I was asked to use my own sick leave time. But worst of all, many students were not served during that most critical time of the school year. Then less than 3 weeks later, I was exposed to someone who tested positive at work. I was more than willing, able, and capable to continue my job from home while quarantining. But then again, I had to use my own sick leave time for the days I didn't get approved to work remotely. In one day alone, 10 BC EOPS student appointments had to be rescheduled. If that doesn't sound like too much, one student appointment reschedule is one too many, in my opinion. How are we equity-minded when we are affecting those who need the most help? Virtual appointments have afforded my students the opportunity to have their questions answered as they have an oxygen tank with them, as they are in the hospital with the child, while breastfeeding their kids, as they babysit younger siblings, or take care of their own kids. And yes, we do have students who want to see us face to face. They are also very few. I respect those who want to work every day on campus. I also respect those who would prefer to work from home. I like the idea of a hybrid model that allows me to come to campus some days and not all week in order to minimize contact that would expose me to the virus and consequently require me to quarantine. I believe now is the time to realize and accept that times are different. We have already proven this by serving our students. For the past 16 months, we served them in the different modalities, and none of that interfered our professionalism and values. We also met all of our student needs. They have requested online classes and remote counseling based on the surveys that they have completed. Therefore, our students are demanding the college to modernize and provide services based on a 21st century society. This is part of a worldwide movement focusing on the skills required in preparation for success in a rapidly changing digital society.
30 seconds.
Overall, I am very curious to know, why are we not making student-centered decisions? Why are the interruptions to their services not a concern? Several counselors have been put on quarantine, and that disrupts all the student appointments. And we know for a fact that we have a lower percentage of no-shows when appointments are online versus in person. It is primitive to think that there is only one way to serve our students. We have a modern group of students that can be served in many modalities, and we are asking that you please also listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe Maria Yorenda is up. And I apologize, Maria, for the delay, and Kenya as well. So I might have missed a couple apologies there, but your 3 minutes are your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor Gillespie. I am Maria Urenda, SEIU Chief Steward, and I'll be making a public comment on item 1501, COVID Response Update 2021-22. As the board is aware, SEIU has been hosting monthly meetings for our members throughout the pandemic, and it has been a very important way for us to remain engaged with the membership. We have been able to provide a forum for classified to stay informed and to air any concerns or issues that they may have. Many of those comments SEIU has brought forward here at these board meetings. Today, we have had more than half of the bargaining unit attend our monthly union meetings today, and we discussed topics regarding telework, remote work, as well as the board-approved vaccine mandate. Classified remain concerned over COVID protocols and the need for safety in the midst of rising cases on our campuses. In the interest of safety and to meet the needs of the students we serve, we are strongly advocating for a hybrid remote schedule whenever possible for all employees and students. This will allow for less physical contact on our campuses and allow online services to continue. Services that our own very students have been very vocal and supportive about in a recent survey, where they would like to have continued access in these remote services. We as a district should strive to have meaningful conversations to meet both the needs of the departments while maintaining the highest level of safety for all. We look forward to continuing these discussions with the district. We also want to support the non-punitive way that the district will be enforcing the mandate, and believe this is the best way to achieve the necessary level of vaccinations with understanding and compassion that all employees deserve. Lastly, what I want to comment on also is that SEIU and our members today were very expressive, and they wanted to thank the Board of Trustees for their comments at the last board meeting regarding telework and remote work. Many of our members commented that they were grateful that this board was dedicated to the humane approach and direction that was given to the chancellor to explore this as an option. Let's not lose that momentum and that giving of this board with the humane approach that was discussed during that time. We are optimistic that we can continue to serve students and their success, even while seeking out a safer and more efficient way of working, whether that be a hybrid or an alternative remote setting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. I believe we have, is it truly Marie Salcedo?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, and fellow community members as we've persevered to this point. I am counseling faculty at Moore Park College, and at the August 23rd meeting, I submitted a written statement to the board. I wanted to share with you a resolution that was passed by the Academic Senate expressing our concern about the negative impact that the 100% on-site mandate for non-instructional faculty would have on student success and preparation. This mandate, as you are aware, requires that non-instructional faculty and staff be on campus even if they are providing remote services. This mandate has had a drastically negative effect on access for students, as evidenced by many of the comments made before me, and especially mostly our at-risk students. And I don't think this was the effect that you were hoping for in terms of this mandate. As we are preparing for our accreditation visits, we are gathering documents and evidence for why we do what we do to show why they are effective and why we should continue doing them. Trustees, I would like to ask, what was the justification used to require that we be 100% on campus? When March 2020 came around, we were told that we needed to migrate to online work, which we did. And now in August, I was told I needed to be on campus, even if I'm providing remote services. Was there something that I did? Was there any documentation or data that you used to make this decision? Was there, was my on-campus services considered more viable, more beneficial to students? This is what I'm asking in terms of a justification for why the mandate is necessary. I remember there was a time when people would laugh and scoff that there's no way that instruction could be anywhere else except on campus. And here we are with 70% of our classes online, 30% on ground, and just as academically rigorous. Why do you have a rigid 100% mandate requirement, even included in the 2022, spring 2022, 100% personnel online, I'm assuming on ground?
30
Why
seconds.
do we have that rigidity when we have innovation to allow our students to have access to modalities of instruction? Why not have that for support services? And if there was justification or data, could we please see that? I'd like to, in continuous improvement, improve the work that I do. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I pray for our health and safety for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not see any other members of the public that would like to speak at this point in time, which is going to take us to the item 15.01, which is COVID response update 2021-22. Chancellor Gillespie.
Okay, thank you. And I will mention that of the 66 written comments, there were 49 in support of regular testing for students who are not vaccinated. So 49 written comments. There were 10 written comments in support of flexible remote schedules for employees, 1 in support of Ventura College call routing improvements, and then 3 in support of vaccine requirements. So those are all related to this item. I think because of the importance of this item and so many public comments around it, it'd be helpful to have the presentation put up on the screen, and I'm just going to cover a few highlights from it. So if we can get the PowerPoint on screen, would appreciate that. Okay, and we can go ahead and move to the next slide, the health and safety protocols. So on the screen here, we just have the health and safety protocols that have been in effect since July 21st. And we're continuing to do the things that are listed here, which includes the mandating of face masks indoors, as well as the new implementation of a COVID vaccination mandate that's taking effect on October 15th. So if we do look then at the next slide, what does that vaccine mandate mean? So from the student perspective, all students accessing on-campus instruction and services are required to be vaccinated beginning October 15th. Their vaccination status must be verified by that date. Students can submit forms for consideration of medical or religious exemption, and each of the colleges have processes for which those exemptions are reviewed. Unvaccinated or unverified students will be able to participate in online instruction and services with the current implementation that's planned. Unvaccinated and unverified students will receive an excused withdrawal for any in-person courses and will receive a refund for course enrollment fees. The last bullet there, all students are encouraged to be vaccinated as soon as possible, and we're having vaccination clinics at the campuses as well as information out to about other locations. The next slide just talks about the mandate and employees. Same thing, it's in October 15th verification date. That's for all full and part-time employees. Need to be meeting the job requirement at that time. Employees can also submit forms for medical religious exemption. And then beginning October 15th, current unvaccinated or unverified employees. Again, at this point, I'd say we're still working with the unions regarding the working condition there. However, the current district position, which has been communicated throughout, is that the employees wouldn't be eligible to work if they're not verified as vaccinated by that date. And again, all employees encouraged to be vaccinated as soon as possible. When looking at the COVID-19 operations and safety, I do want to emphasize that all 3 of the colleges in the district are taking employee safety very seriously, and we have throughout the pandemic. the Delta variant of COVID does compromise 95% of cases nationwide. You know, we are using a screening app daily. Symptomatic individuals or those reporting contact with COVID are referred to student health centers. The colleges have added additional staff to support screening and contact tracing, and we're also looking at contracted services to expand that ability even further. The barcode scanning is used to help with the contact tracing. Asymptomatic verified vaccinated individuals are not required to quarantine following a potential exposure. I think initially when we were back, some areas of exposure, both vaccinated and unvaccinated, were told to quarantine. That's not the case anymore, and it's implemented in the way that is stated here. The face masks are required indoors. All buildings being used meet or exceed Cal OSHA standards for ventilation and filtration, as President Hoffman's mentioned. Myself and the presidents would be the first ones to say, don't put any employees or students in a building that isn't meeting the Cal OSHA requirements. We don't want to put our employees at risk. They're hiring people to look at making sure that everybody's going through the screening, that masks are worn. Now, does that mean a student doesn't sometimes show up somewhere without a band and have to be referred to the screening? No. And our goal is really to be taking the steps to prevent COVID transmission. That's what wearing the face mask is about. That's what the vaccine mandate is about. And that's what all of our other procedures are about. Now, management does want to respond to safety concerns that any individuals or AFT has. So for some of the comments this evening around people feeling that a certain building isn't safe, their office isn't safe, or any of these concerns related to safety, the employee and or the employee plus AFT is encouraged to just contact the college president and work that out, so that the employee can understand and be told that here are the safety procedures being followed. And if there's something more that can be done, then that'd be for the colleges to work out there. The protocols and operations to date have been effective in preventing transmission. And I'll show some information in just a little bit that indicates that the screening process does identify COVID, people with COVID symptoms. Some of those get tested and we're COVID positive, but that means the system's working because we're identifying them and the student health center folks are having them take the appropriate steps. So we have yet to have an outbreak at any one of our locations, which is transmission of COVID from students to students, employees to students, and employee to employee. And any positive cases that we have, we do report to public health. And I want to look at the next slide, which is verified and pending vaccination status. I will mention here that we're compiling the data just on how many vaccinated verified employees we have at all of our locations. And it's running close to 80% here at the district office. It's over 60% at Moorpark College. It's right at 60 with Ventura and about 53% at Oxnard. So we still have, a ways to go in getting more employees vaccinated and verified. And then we also have the students that we're looking at the vaccine information for. The next slide just shows the COVID dashboard data. And This data is available at all three colleges. Ventura puts it out weekly. I think Moore Park, it's on your website. You're emailing it out weekly. And Oxnard, I think, is in the process of doing a similar thing, so that all three colleges get this out weekly. So do just want to emphasize the how important we are taking the safety of our employees and students, and the data showing that we're being effective in how we're implementing at the current time. However, implementing the vaccine is also important as another measure. And if we're looking towards increasing the number of people on campus in the spring, the vaccine becomes even more relevant at that point. If we look at the next slide real quick, this just shows our enrollment declines for this fall. And you can see district total is 10% down, and we were 10% down last spring. And there's the number of the focus goal. We need to generate 4,120 FTES over the next 3 years to make sure that we're back at the current level in order to maintain funding. Or as Trustee McKay said, if we can't, then we need to adjust accordingly. We'll skip the next one on fall delivery mode and get right to the spring semester schedule and planning. And before I do that, I want to make a couple of clarifications, because Vice Chancellor Barroso, I believe that if any employee who can do their job remotely has to be out on quarantine and they're not too ill to work, they can work remotely. And I want to clarify another thing, and that is that even though we have counselors on site, those counselors are doing both in-person appointments, they're doing online appointments. So the remote access for students to counseling does not stop. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So I just want to clarify those things for the board as well. So when
do we have data on how many of the counseling appointments are online versus in person?
we could probably get it,
I'm just curious, is like 50-50? I mean,
we'd probably, yeah, I don't know.
all right.
Yeah, but we have it. Yeah, I can email it out. Yeah. So as we're looking towards spring semester, and I do want to mention right now at the colleges, we're following CDC guidelines. We're following the local public health orders as well as the state recommendations, both for higher ed and for employers. We're meeting the Cal OSHA regulations. We have to, that's the law. There's no regulation, no order in place that is saying don't have your employees working in person. They're not saying increase or send as many people back to remote work as you can. So I just want to clarify that as well. But I know that there are preferences there. And I also know that we want to integrate more remote work into the way in which all of our employees work. So each of the colleges are starting to have discussions around what positions and what areas are conducive to remote work. What would that look like? What are the benefits? And this week, I'll be sending out an email, probably tomorrow or Thursday, that addresses the formation of a district-wide committee that'll roll that information up and provide foundational data for us to then look into having negotiations around adjusting the agreements to remote work, or just clarifying that management has the right to assign remote work. And that's not in place right now. So when hear comments that the college presidents, don't have the ability to be assigning remote work, that's true from the fact that at our cabinet meetings and our discussions, as I'm implementing directions, it is to have employees back working in person. And each of the presidents recognize the value in flexibility. And there'd be some opportunity for flexibility now, but it's also not defined to the point where we can negotiate whatever that's going to look like with the unions yet. So for the spring, each of the colleges are developing schedules to create a distribution of the percent of classes in person, percent hybrid or flex, the amount online, based on what their needs are for their student populations in their areas. Now, it is stating that full-time instructional faculty, as management's making assignments, full-time faculty online assignment is not to exceed 40%. So 60% of their instructional hours will be in person. And that's to bring more of our full-time faculty back so that we can schedule more in person and have them there for interacting with students, because we do need to do things differently to build enrollment back. And one of those things is hopefully finding that balance of these three instructional modes that'll define our new norm moving ahead. It does say that student support services operations will include both in-person and online access. And right now, that's with non-instructional faculty, classified faculty being there in person. Now, as we negotiate more details around remote work, that could change to some hybrid online in-person work. Because if you look, a lot of our students right now this semester are all online. We have, some students, we have 1,000 to 2,000 students coming to each campus each day, but that's a far fewer number than what we've had before. And we were successful with remote work at one time. There will be a role for that moving ahead. We want to be innovative and creative around it. I think I'll leave it at that and just open it up then for any questions or discussion.
Okay, trustees, very briefly as we march towards midnight, but if there's any comments or questions that you have, I have a very, very brief one, but Trustee Torres, did you have a comment or question? Okay.
Of 49 comments that we received were from students, and they were from Moore Park students, and the students were commenting about how beneficial it has been to have in-person courses for them and how much they struggle with online. So as we're looking in towards equity, in the schedule of classes for students, as we're considering different models, and one of them I've heard hybrid model. So a hybrid model, of course, incorporates in-person and online. Our classes in person, do we have an equitable sections and the timeframes available for students to enroll? And I say that because I looked at the fall 2021 schedule, and it wasn't equitable in terms of the section of times that were offered for courses online and in person. So when we're looking at data and what's going to be presented to me as a board member, to me, it's important to see that because our schedule of classes determines also the enrollment. So it's not so much of students are preferring this modality over another one. It's on the timing. So if a schedule online allows me to come 3 times a week for 1 hour instead of a course that I have to go in person for 3 hours once a week, and if I have to work, although I prefer in person, I'm going to choose online because it has a better option that works for me. So that would be beneficial for me to know in terms of moving forward in spring 2022. Now that we have a vaccine, because we didn't back then when this schedule was put together. Do we have that in the schedule of classes, that equitable of hybrid between online and in person to be available for students?
So each of the colleges do have the ability to be offering more in person because of what we're doing around scheduling. And the colleges are all aware of where we're at enrollment wise. And this isn't a one size fit all type of a thing. In other words, where we can say each college needs to, all colleges need to do 60% in person, 20% hybrid, 20% online. As a lot of the public speakers have said, as we've said, education is going to be different moving ahead, and we have to start defining that new normal. So each of the colleges will likely have different percentages of in-person, hybrid, and online while they're figuring that out. But they have a lot more faculty hours available now to be doing in-person and hybrid than we had previously. So the schedule needs to be, I think, put out in the public early October because registration starts in November. And the colleges weren't giving specific parameters because, again, they need the flexibility there.
I don't think that was even an option for us as a board. I became aware that the spring 2022 schedule was due for submission the day that we had, when we had the event of the young ladies that were being recognized. That's when I discovered, oh, there's already a schedule that needs to be submitted this Friday. I didn't even know as a board that this schedule was being worked on to be able to just provide input as people were working on the schedule, just to provide input. That, of course, the colleges make the schedule, but it would have been nice to be able to just say, trustees, we're working on the spring 22 schedule. Any input you'd like to provide, this is a good opportunity as it's going to be worked within our colleges. This is your time to be able to share. And I wasn't given that opportunity as a board, and that's something that's unfortunate because it's been expressed many times about being able to share. And so I had to find out through just by simple conversation. So the other thing that I want to express is I do have concerns about the item that's noted, unvaccinated or unverified students will receive an excused withdrawal for any in-person courses and will receive a refund for course enrollment fees. I thought we were going to have online options if this was the direction it was going to go, where students were going to be able to complete their courses. So when I saw this one particularly listed as, I'm on page 403. It's on the COVID-19 vaccination mandate. And I know students commented also. So those 49 comments that we weren't able to read out loud, but we hopefully were able to read them ourselves, all have to come from Moore Park students and particularly expressing concerns about this particular area. So many students wanting to complete their courses and it's having concerns that they won't be able to. So I do want to express my concerns about now allowing our students to be able to complete a course and just give them an excuse withdrawal and your money back and here you go, because students have worked really hard. They're probably stressed out within the middle of the semester with their courses. They thought they were going to complete their class. And so I just wanted to express that for myself as a one trustee, a concern with students not being allowed to complete their coursework and just simply being given an excuse withdrawal and here's a refund for your class. And also because we had it in public comments, well, not verbal because it's late, but they definitely took the time to make sure it was written in.
Thank you for bringing that to the forefront. I also agree. So in that language of unvaccinated or unverified students will receive an excused withdrawal, is that referring to this fall semester?
Yeah, it is. I know the colleges are adding some late start online classes so that they could move into those.
Right, but they'd have to start over.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any that are in person that'd be switching them to an online format. So there would be students who chosen not to be verified vaccinated, that after the deadline, if they don't want to register into other classes, would be withdrawn, have the excuse withdrawn.
Is there some flexibility at this board for students to not have that happen, but as the board policy stated, to implement other safety measures with a hard cap at the just for this semester? So students don't fall into this sort of dead zone of not getting any credits for hard work. I mean, I don't know, more than half the semester has been gone through, and I don't know if the data's there. Are we talking 12 students, or are we talking 1,200, or, I don't know, but I'll speak on one trustee. I would like to see the language I interpreted in the board policy of other safety measures just for this fall semester to get the hopefully few students that do choose not to get vaccinated or cannot be vaccinated, just to get them through for this fall semester. Certainly not to extend this beyond that, but and I would just add that our students, unfortunately, I know there's an associated government, but I think this is also an opportunity for some improved communication from the district level, because this is a district mandate to our student groups to make sure that they're informed and on board with sort of the board policies. So I don't know if there's other trustees that share. Students, this is just for students. So I'm advocating just for students, because we have right now, come October, is it 15th, Chancellor Gillespie, that we would have students basically receive an excused withdrawal. So I certainly don't want to see that. I'm not willing to extend it beyond the end of the semester, but is there any support for that?
Yeah, my concern is there was also emails about student athletes wanting to test instead of getting vaccines. So I just think we need to be clear, that we don't want students to lose a half a semester of work, but we have to be clear that there is an end.
Yes.
So basically, the direction we'd have then is to be communicating to students that the implementation of the mandate begins on the first day of spring semester.
I don't know if that's a fair interpretation of it. I mean, I don't see that interpret. I think the mandate still can exist, but other safety measures can be that allows students to finish the semester safely with the other safety measures in place, which would be weekly or bi-weekly, twice weekly testing, just to get them through the semester. So, Trustee Mantu, any thoughts?
To know more about the numbers, like you said, is it 12 or is it 1,200?
Yeah, I agree.
And if there was some way of getting, some kind of either up to date, like real time trending analysis of what's happening since this mandate has been made by the board, without knowing how big of an issue it is, I don't want to take a position without more information.
And Dan Watkins, do you happen to have a handle on the data to be able to answer that now? Would you happen to have a handle on where we're at with student vaccinations, and have they verified vaccinations increased considerably since the announcement of the mandate? And do we know if, say, roughly 50% of the students coming are vaccinated, verified, or it's 30%? Oh, Dan, you should use a mic.
Can you hear me?
All right, we looked at this data last week in terms of those that were going through the screening stations that were cleared versus verified vaccinated. And it looked to be about 50% of those going through the screening stations were coming through with clear passes versus the vaccinated, the verified vaccinated passes. So that's the latest data we have.
Okay.
And I know that the colleges are putting forth efforts to increase those numbers of people coming through that have either the clear pass to being the verified vaccinated pass.
Okay, thank you.
Clear passes, just they don't have symptoms.
Clear passes, they're clear, they've done the screening, they don't have any symptoms.
So, yeah, it sounds like that could be a large number. Could be a large number. Okay. Please, yeah, Bernardo, do you have, or, I'm sorry, Trustee Perez, do you have any thoughts? Not at this time. Okay. The only word of caution I have is if we don't give some direction now, our next meeting is, I think, a day or two before students would lose their credit. So I said where I am on this in the interest of students. I know Trustee Torres made some comments. I don't know. We need.
And we also, if you read your comments, if trustees had the opportunity, usually we get to read them out loud, but there was so many comments today. There was also in the audience comments from students who are vaccinated that said that they like to come in person and that they would hate for their class to be canceled because they don't have enough students in their class, because also if students are not vaccinated and they don't have enough enrollment, their class gets canceled and they would hate to see that.
I want to assure people in the public.
But I
now
also
that-
have, we also have our students, and there was a lot of students also in these comments that expressed that they wanted to complete their coursework. And I see that Karina has her hand up and you represent students. So Chair, is this an opportunity for her to speak? Oh, one of our students had her hand up.
Rena, please.
So I just wanted to say that, again, last week when we had students come to our board meeting for our ASMC, we had about, I believe, 4 students. And so again, one of them was, so it was 4 students, one parent who was speaking on behalf of their child who's a student at Moore Park. And so she was at her daughter's volleyball game, and like she was on the verge of tears because like she knew how much it was impacting her daughter. Because I mean, like, we are like students, like we say we're students, but we are adults. And I mean, I just want to clarify that, like, I want to speak on my view of things. I don't want to speak on behalf of students in general. I just want to say that, like, this is how I've been viewing things. It's just, I don't know. Sorry. I'm sorry, I think I just got a little triggered. I mean, I just want to mention that I am vaccinated, but I just had a lot of, just throughout my education career, I just had a lot about like things that like, sorry. I just had like a lot of things to overcome. And so just, even though like I don't totally agree with these students, I just feel like horrible, just the idea of them not being able to like, sorry, I don't mean to cry, it just starts happening. They're not able to complete like their pathway, like they're not able to go where they want to go. And it's frustrating and it's upsetting. And again, I don't agree with their views, but it's still like, aside from that, like, it just reminds you of like my own education pathway. I don't know why I just started crying like this. I really don't mean to. It's just, I don't know, it's just a reaction. So I just, yeah. So I just want to say that, that I feel that it's important to survey students just for any further decisions, especially as we go into the next board meeting next month. Like, it's important to like get feedback. And I have been seeing, I've get emails from all three colleges just because I've taken courses from each of them. And so I see that they do have like these surveys, and I know that these like this data is out there, but I mean, for sure it's out there. I'm just not sure like how to collect it, but for sure one of the ways we can collect it is if we send out a survey and we have like clarifying questions. We're very specific about like there's no question about what it's asking, and I feel that this way, I mean, you guys continue to say that like you I'm sorry. You need student feedback, and I know that like it's 12:15 a.m. Like not a lot of students are able to come to these meetings, and so like having like a survey will make it easier to access and like give you guys feedback that you need to make your decisions. So I just wanted to say that like I just recommend a survey of some sort throughout all three of the colleges, so we can just be all unified and have like informed decisions.
I agree. Thank you very much for your comments and most importantly for being here. Okay. I really do appreciate that. And this full board does. Okay. So circle back with this. We got to give direction and move on here. Okay. So Trustee Perez, where are you on this one?
Clarification, what is the exact question you're asking?
Okay, great. So the question is, do we keep the language as is in the report here and in the mandate, or in the, I guess, the operations of the vaccine mandate, that unvaccinated, unverified students will receive an excused withdrawal for any in-person courses and will receive a refund for course enrollment fees? Or we allow other safety measures with a hard stop at the end of this semester. So it'd be, I think, a 6-week maybe window for students to finish their semester with other safety measures, which sounds like would be extensive testing that we would leave up to the district and presidents and colleges to come up with in operations.
We are, as somebody earlier in the evening, yesterday, I guess, reminded us, we are a student-centered organization, and I'm struggling with the prospect of setting up a treating students differently than others in our campus communities. And yet, not all things are equal. Somebody said about equity can be defined differently by different people. I think I view our students a little bit differently than other constituent groups. And so I would favor doing what we can to not get in the way of the student's educational pathway.
Trustee Mantooth, anything to add?
It's very tough because, you know, one of the things that we all agreed we wanted was for everyone to be vaccinated, because vaccinations make more sense than tests. But, you know, when you frame it in terms of a student's education and student's opportunity, it becomes infinitely more difficult. I still think we would have time to make an adjustment or a modification and see more about what's happening with the numbers and whether the mandatory vaccination rule currently in force is making a difference. I was recently just in Ralph's with you know, a couple of kids that were getting their vaccinations, and they were our students. Said, yeah, we're doing it because now it's the rule. I like that. That's what we're supposed to be trying to affect. Will we be perfect at it? No. But I think we have time to find out what the trend looks like. And even if the trend is great, you have a meeting on the 12th and the expiration is the 15th. You can give an 11th hour reprieve. You don't have to do it tonight.
Sure.
I hear you. Vice Chair McKay.
I agree with Trustee Mantooth. I'm not sure we have to wait till the 12th to make it that nerve wracking. But I think that there's flexibility in the language of our board policy, so we wouldn't have to meet again. We can see where the numbers are. I would like to see everyone get close to fully vaccinated. I think it's really important for following the public health. You know, we said we were going to follow the Ventura County Public Health recommendations. I don't think we should back off from it yet, but I also think there's a lot of things that have changed. You know, the 100% coming back to work, the Delta variant, there's a lot of things. So maybe it's just, we have to put this on the October agenda to revisit a lot of this. And, but in the meantime, I think as we discussed earlier, that we have some flexibility in the board policy. I don't think we'd have to meet again. Let's see where the numbers are, because I don't want to just let everyone off the hook tonight. And students that were going to go get vaccinated this week and 3 weeks from now, and now they don't get vaccinated, because it's incremental, and we need to get more people vaccinated for us to. Otherwise, we're just going to be doing this next year and the year after.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Are you doing closing again to see where we stand?
Well, I'm gonna put on my chair hat here, and I heard from 3 trustees that said that there was some flexibility to give direction to the chancellor for the 6 weeks to carry students through. There would be some additional testing, or and we'll leave it up to the operations side to figure out the other safety measures to get our students through the end of the semester. So and I think we need to move on. So
and also with this, how about on the employee side and all the comments around the remote work and flexibility with a more hybrid schedule? Is there any different direction or input from the board regarding the looking at hybrid schedules for non-instructional faculty and classified employees?
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that issue and that concern would be sorted out through collective bargaining or an MOU, through that process. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you're seeking input on that from the dais, I'm sure we have an active board. I'm sure you'll have opinions coming in all shapes and forms. But I was under the impression that the question you asked was more on the closed session side of the house and would be addressed into collective bargaining or an MOU of sort. Am I incorrect in that?
That's the long term, but in this midterm time, I can continue down the road we are of everyone's back to in-person work. And then we have the committees working, developing then recommendations for something that gets started being negotiated maybe this spring or the next fall when negotiations happen. But that's a long time to go without the colleges having any flexibility around implementing any hybrid work now where it might make some sense. And as you can tell, there's a lot of tension around that. And I'm willing to go any direction. So
I mean, speaking for myself, I trust the colleges and the college presidents and the people that work there to operationalize. If, again, we made decisions when we thought things were going to be different. And so I think now that if the college presidents or the folks that are running the operations at the college want to introduce some flexibility, they think that's going to be better for the colleges and better for our students, then that's, I think that they should have that flexibility. That's just me.
And sir, I think I spoke to this at the last month's meeting as well, because this is an issue that's tied to COVID right now, but it's an issue that needs to be addressed as we move forward in a new world. And we certainly have the capability and the intelligence to be able to work things in a much more flexible way. And that I would, my expectation would be that those discussions and development of accountability and criteria that accompany the flexibility would be done with alacrity. Not next spring, in the next couple of months. There are people out there that want answers, that see ways to be very effective, even though they're not physically present, and look hard at finding solutions for them. It won't work for everybody, but it merits being addressed.
Okay, and my only add would be, you know, speaking of the processes or policies in place, you know, we have a lot of those under the realm or umbrella of working conditions. And to me, this fully falls into that category of a working condition through the lens of a pandemic, of course. So I think the roadmap of how to get there, or the procedures on how to get there to a resolution, or is definitely been used before. Is that the direction you need? Good. Okay. All right. I'm glad you said. So the question was, what's the direction? Do you want to interpret what it? I mean, I'm interpreting that flexibility can be achieved through proper channels of the negotiation process, or, you know, collective bargaining, or whatever operations to address working conditions. Is that a fair statement to make?
So
Am I on the right track?
So basically, that's going to be what we'd be doing long-term. Short-term wise, we can use management right of assignment to just be adjusting people's schedules, whether it's classified, whether it's non-instructional faculty. Now, the issue will come up is on the faculty side is who's getting to work remotely, which non-instructional faculty, and how's it being determined who's getting to do that. And yeah, and that's something that I'll have to work out with the presidents. We probably have to talk around with the union, but there's obviously a strong interest in implementing more remote work opportunities now, because we've worked really hard at getting people back, and we've shown we can do it safely. I mean, the working remote, in my mind, for most of the things, is not about serving students better. It's convenient, and it's alleviating anxiety and fear. That's what it is. But those are also important things. But I don't want to. I don't want to be setting the stage that, oh, we're going to remote work because it's serving our students better. It's serving them differently, but we can serve the students being in person as well as remote. It's just different now, and we've learned skills to do it, but we still have a ways to go around the effective oversight from the managerial side. But if the board's interested to have us implementing more flexibility right now, where we still have a lot of students that are remote, and the anxiety level of employees, then we can look seriously at going down that route. But I have to just be working in a way so that it's not, why does a financial aid assistant at Ventura get to be working 80% online, whereas at Moorpark it's 50%, and we haven't worked all of that out yet. But we need the understanding from the unions to give us flexibility as managers to just do what we need to during this continued pandemic semester while we work out the longer details, and that I don't have an answer for. But I'm glad to have it. I mean, yeah, let's look at more flexibility.
I just, I think it's helpful to be able to look at the data, to be able to see, it's helpful for me just to know how does counseling, and I'm going to use counseling because that's, I heard a lot of the counseling staff, counseling in person and online and appointment times. Are you able to see, for example, I heard somewhere somebody say 45 minutes. Does that mean at home? Is it going to be actually online? I can serve 30-minute appointments because it's much easier. I mean, all that information would be so helpful to know. And maybe that's something that's more the operational piece of how that would work. But I think that's something that it's really important to be vetted through the unions, to be vetted through everyone, because I think it's one that we can say we've looked at it as we're moving forward. Our new hybrid model is going to be in person and it's also online. And we actually went through it. We looked at it. This is what we found we're creating best practice of online, because otherwise it becomes, again, just reactionary. So I think with this starting, it's important to be able to collect the data, to be able to say, this is best practice. This is what we're seeing with online and doing also in person. And this is how it's now become effective. All those things are so important. I'd be interested in knowing myself, having been a counselor. I'm interested in knowing those things. How is it online? How, seeing students, and how does counseling look like? And I think that there's value in it. And so, as you're exploring, and I think it's the unions and the different constituents that you feel is necessary, it's always helpful because we don't get into operations, but I kind of feel this question coming to us to the board is like an operational question. And I remember we didn't set the August 2nd deadline. As a board, I remember back then, we just said, we want people, when can people come back? And we were given a date and we're like, okay. But so what I'm saying is it comes back to us in terms of what does the board want? And I feel that it seemed operational. That's why I said vetting it through the process of just with the unions and everybody getting input, however it looks. That's always healthy and important. We heard a lot from people. There's a lot that people want to say, and I think it's helpful and it's valid. And it's important to be able to start looking how is it going to look like as we move forward, to look data and because it is a new reality. So I hope we start the process of looking into different ways of serving students and how that would look like.
Some of the research on the private industry side is saying that once people have been working remotely for 2 years, it's going to be very difficult to get them to come back to work. That's kind of the place that's been too long. And so I just want to be really careful. I think the flexibility is smart, but I want to be really careful in how we do that, because it's not for someone who's terrified to come back to work. It's not going to get better as time goes on.
No.
So it's really working with them on how can we make them more comfortable? Maybe some flexibility and easing them back in is the right thing. But the research that is being shown for these companies that aren't bringing people back till 2022 is they anticipate that they will have to always allow remote work because folks will not bounce back into it. For some jobs, that's okay. For others, where you serve students on a campus, I'm not sure how that works. For jobs here where they're not serving students, maybe it's going to be great. I don't. No one knows yet. As Trustee Manchuk has said, it's going to be a brave new world, but I just would like to be careful.
Well,
I'd like to be maybe sensitive, flexible, but very careful.
No, that's a good point, because we've done a lot of the hard work to getting employees back. I mean, everybody is back, and that's a big accomplishment. And again, there is going to be a place for remote work, and it does need to be carefully talked about, but this gives me some input to just see if there's any flexibility where it makes sense, or it may be it's not, and we just continue doing what we're doing because it's going to be better to go through a formal MOU. So again, there's no basis on the side of our data showing COVID numbers at our campuses to show that the things we're doing are putting people at unnecessary risk, because we're not having outbreaks, we're not having transmission. But again, I do want to recognize that, yeah, people have worked remotely, they were doing their jobs, and there's a lot to but also, but also, Amy, with that, that wasn't handled correctly. In other words, anybody who was verified vaccinated in counseling could have stayed. It's only unvaccinated who need to go quarantine, and it was implemented incorrectly.
I see. I do have a little data also for the week 2, if you want that from counseling. 197 students were served during the second week. Of the 197 students, only 51%, 26% requested to see a counselor in person. That's for OC week 2. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I hope that's enough direction for you, but the one for me, I think is, well, we can maybe bring this back in October and kind of see what sort of ideas are brewing, and we can have a conversation then.
Chair.
Trustee Perez.
Not to
I
extend
know. Here we go.
Just real quickly, if it were a simpler time and we had the simple question of hybrid, flexible schedule or not, changing the way we do business, and we were that private corporation, it'd be a much simpler question to tackle. But we're in a different endeavor. The question is in front of us in the time of a pandemic, and there's so many layers to it. I'd like what Trustee Mantooth said and Trustee McKay. We're going to be facing the question at some point of flexibility for a number of reasons. I won't go into them right now, but and you're right, it's not just looking at, is it for the students or is it for the worker? But there's got to be some data that people have called for, and there's got to be some implementation measures to go along with whatever route we take. So, and this is where I get to say those closest to the ground, I think, are best suited to come up with the solution.
Couldn't agree more. Okay, that's going to take us to 15.02, Chancellor search discussion. I have a concept or a recommendation. I've been thinking through this briefly. If it's okay, can 2 trustees meet to kind of come up basically with some possibilities or scenarios to address these bullets? Not to make any decisions, but just to bring this back to October with a couple, like, for example, it says search firms. Here's what a search firm would provide. Here's what they would do. And then we would come back and make a decision. Do we want to use a search firm? In what shape? Community and stakeholder meetings. We would discuss what those possibly would look like, what they wouldn't look like, bring that back to the full board in October, and we would discuss the merits and the importance of that. Okay, if it's okay, I was thinking Trustee Mantooth, with some experience that you have, and myself would tap into that. Correct, which was another reason why I wanted select with the item to go to the agenda. So I think that's a way to add to your voice at our next meeting without you being here, actually. Okay, cool, good deal. Okay, 15. Yes, okay. 15.03, Chancellor Gillespie.
Information's in your packet, but Dave, do you want to give a quick summary? please.
Sure, no. So every 10 years, when the federal census goes through that process, each agency needs to look at redistricting itself to better reflect the population that it serves, et cetera. And so it's an education code, which is referenced there. This has to be done by the first day of March of next year. Normally, the data we would have available by March 31st. Because of COVID, that did not occur. So actually the data really is not available in a user-friendly format for the demographers and those who work with this data until September 30th. I don't think it's been released quite yet in the user-friendly format. In 2000, we just simply followed the Ventura County Office of Ed maps. In 2000, and there was a task force, a board task force that had gone through a process to better understand, what was the best way to move forward for this board. 2010, we followed the Ventura County Board of Supervisors maps. Because the data came so late to everybody, everybody's behind the 8 ball on getting this done in a timely way. I have talked to VCOE. They're in the nascent stages, perhaps, of going through this process. The Board of Supervisors has had several different meetings. They have apparently the information that they had sent me. Don't hold me to these dates because this might be a little bit old, but they're going to have some maps available to show at their meeting October 19th and November 19th. They have to approve their new maps by December 15th, I think. Excuse me, is the date. But we're by March 1st. So it's maybe going to be a little bit difficult to just follow their maps if they don't approve by December, and we're going to have like 2 months to come and make a decision, but that is an option. So it's just something for the board to discuss. Those are the 2 options the board has followed. You can follow those options again. I think the Board of Supervisors probably would have their maps soonest, and there's a lot of information available online there. Or we can hire an independent firm, which often is done to come and give information to this board, to have community meetings, to develop different maps for trustee areas and so on. And the particular attachment that I have put in this board item is from a particular vendor that is utilized. These are their rates for all community college districts. They're utilized by the Foundation for California Community Colleges. So these are actual rates. And this particular, there's a lot of different, vendors who offer this type of service, but it can be done for $25,000 to $50,000, and it could be more depending on who's hired. But anyway, it's up. Just want to share that information with you. It is something that has to come forward fairly soon in order to go through the process. So it's a discussion item.
My preference is to follow the Board of Supervisors like we did in 2010. I think it's confusing to the community when they're all different. I kind of hope the County Board of Ed does the same thing so that we all stay the same.
Me too.
Any opinion, Trustee Torres? And you don't have to now, but. Okay, I also. Sure, and it's not an action item at this point, but I also agree with piggyback on the county supervisor map. So, okay, so we'll bring that back for an action item at some point, correct?
Yeah, I think probably I'll bring updates, or we'll talk with the chancellor and bring updates on a monthly basis, just so you see. And if we can bring some, some documentation or get it to you beforehand, we'll keep you updated. But yes, it will be coming forward. I would say in January, once the Board of Supervisors approves by December, depending on when they approve theirs.
Okay, 15.04, action to approve 2021-7 board resolution in support of equal pay.
Resolution in support of Equal Pay Act and pay in California community colleges. This has to do primarily with gender pay equity. It's put forward by the Women's Caucus of the community colleges. I can read it, but we're running short. It is late. I think it's the right thing to do. Pay overall in higher education, the pay equity is abysmal for women leadership. If you look at the Ivy Leagues, there just are no women at president of the Ivy Leagues, and women of color, it's so small that it doesn't even register a percentage. So I think starting out with the California Community College system, which is the largest in the United States, is a good place to start. So I recommend the resolution.
Is that a motion?
It's yes, I move
I'll
approval.
second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing none, passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Next item we get to skip. There's no board member absence. And then we have some policies here, and is it appropriate to ask for?
No, let me see if Trustee Torres has changed her mind. We disagreed at policy committee on the accreditation 1602. Trustee Torres really wanted to see if we could power through and get them done in a year. She thinks we're very powerful, but as it turns out, there are almost 100. And so I think the recommendation was that we don't ask for another extension a year from now, that we just say now it's going to take us 2 more years to get through it because of COVID. And so that's the policy that's in here. That's what I would like to, what I'm recommending, but Trustee Torres really wanted to try and do it. And then if we couldn't, ask for another extension. So that is, it's up to the board to decide on what they want to do with 1602. The board policy administrative procedure, it's a small thing that we recommend. And then 1603 is we're rescinding a board policy that didn't go through the proper procedure. And so we're recommending 1603 as well.
So the recommendation, I believe it was for 1601, the cycle to extend for 2 years in policy, because we're working so much in equity and policy. When I said, can we do this in 1 year? Because I didn't want certain policy to be extended over a 2-year period, because this is so important. So that's really where I was going. And then at that point, members were saying it would probably be difficult. And so I said, can we, if once we get to the year, can we ask for an extension? And that's when Trustee McKay said that it just be difficult. I'll support it, just like I recommended for the Oxnard College plan to go through the participatory process. I'm about faith and hope and believing. So I will support it. And so I move them to go forward, and so we're going to be, I think, unanimous unless there's another board member who.
So then the committee unanimously recommends, and I move 1601, 02, and 03.
Second.
Any comments or questions beyond that what we've heard? Okay, all those in favor of 16.01, 2, and 3, correct?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, they all pass. That's going to take us to
1702 and 03 are kind of perfunctory. Did we do those together?
1702 and 1703.
And actually 04 and 05.
1702 through 05.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. That's going to take us to 17.06.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That's Clean Air Day. Your declaration.
Okay, action to approve resolution in support for declaration of Clean Air Day. Do we have a first and a second?
Move adoption of the resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any questions? Comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. 17.07, action to approve consulting agreement with TBJ Consulting for diversity, equity, and inclusion, training and related services for the Board of Trustees.
I move approval.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any comments or questions?
Chancellor, I have a comment,
Okay.
and it's not about the cost of this proposal. It's the professionalism of the proposal. We had a couple of very personable and professional seeming gentlemen come to this meeting to talk a little bit about the work that could be done. But the scope of work that is presented here, these 2 pages, are woefully lacking in information. And if I were to be presented with a proposal like this in my former position, I would not accept it. I would ask for more explanation because between that meeting and now, I can't quite remember what the assessment part was. And I'd like to know more about that. The other comment I would make is I am not unfamiliar with these trainings, having actually coordinated them with the Social Justice Fund of Ventura County. And I will trust that this will not be a elementary or surface level training, especially when we're contemplating 8 hours per board member.
I can just answer that. We, Trustee Torres and I have had many lengthy conversations with them, and they did do a deep dive with us as to what this would entail. And there actually was another proposal. I can't remember what it looked like, but it was, it included senior staff and all that kind of stuff. So we had them redo it, but it is, we will all be committing to 2 hours of individual assessment to assess our own implicit biases, which was something we had said was a priority that we wanted to do. And then then it's what to do about it once you know.
Okay.
I just would have expected a more fulsome explanation of the scope of work.
I would have
And
liked
I'm
that too.
disappointed
If,
in what we have in front of us.
if I may, please. The draft that you see on this scope of work was because I asked for it to say draft because of the timing of getting it on the agenda. So we're working through that process through our procurement office to improve this particular document. Thank you.
We have had trainings as a board that I didn't even see anything. I just had to show up to a board meeting. I have a consultant present and I didn't see anything. So when I saw this as a proposal, I said, this is professional development. The gentleman came in, questions could have been asked if there were any concerns. I'm not sure if, and that's the purpose, was to introduce and have board members ask questions of anything that they maybe wanted a little bit more explanation on. So doing something like this and having it vetted through the DEI ad hoc committee, we wouldn't have brought anybody forward to the board if we hadn't extensively met with them. And it was looked upon as professional development. And it was something that, because not all 5 of us have the time to really invest in looking into different consultants that can work with us, we decided to do it. And it's very thorough. It's so different from all of the other trainings. And I like you, as I have also a lot of experience in being able to go through different trainings, have a lot of just conversations and working in a lot of different projects with people. And this one was different. I had not heard the extensive work that he's going to invest in each one of us. It was so much with the values of DEI. And so he actually looked for our direction. So I will take responsibility because he's saying, what is it? What would you like me to submit? What is it that you need? And we said, well, this is just something for the board. It's something, come and answer questions. And so for us, it was something about wanting to move forward and for the board. And this is something that had never happened. So I was surprised too that this was submitted as something as an action item, because we've had, in my 2.5 years that I've been here, so many different consultants come to us with trainings and we didn't see anything beforehand. I don't even know how much we paid some of them. This is the first time that it comes to the board that we know how much it's going to cost us. But before that,
Okay.
we didn't know.
So I'll just,
that out.
no, I appreciate that. And I think looking forward, I think staff hears us loud and clear that when there's contracts, some details, because again, whether it's for us or the public, as we approve these contracts, it's important that I think there's a caliber of details. But I think we all share an excitement to engage in this work. And did we vote on it or not? No. Okay. Do we have a first and a second?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Any opposed? Okay, excellent. Accreditation update. Does that need to occur tonight in the timeline?
No.
Can we postpone that to I heard a,
Was the clean air resolution approved?
it was unanimously. Okay, cool. Okay, human resources, there's no items there, which takes us to trustee reports. Any trustee reports at 12:50 a.m.?
No.
No? Okay. The only one, it's gonna be 30 seconds, is a shout out to Oxnard College Fire Academy. I took a whole bunch of Frontier High School students there for a field trip for 2 days in a row, and they were so gracious and kind to accept them. So thank you for that. Future board items, as always, if you have any items that you would like on the agenda beyond the ones you see on the calendar, please reach out to myself and Vice Chair McKay. I did include in an email to the trustees and business on future items that I will be advocating for. Okay,
Okay, last is this evaluation.
meeting evaluation.
Meeting evaluation, everyone has a copy of the draft on your, that was on your, in front of you several hours ago. It's this. And this is back to doing, the idea is at the end of the meeting, we speak as one voice. And I would go through these questions and we would give ourselves a rating together. We're not going to do that tonight, I promise. I just wanted everyone to look at it. Then the second thing is the rubric that I found after I did this from memory. This is what I got from Rita Cepeda, who is a former chancellor of San Jose Evergreen. This was the process that they used to do their self-evaluation, is they did it after each board meeting. The questions that we'll be rating ourselves are all from our ground rules. So it's, were we respectful? Was parliamentary procedure followed? You know, you can read it. This is a draft. And then this is what we need to do some sort of board self-evaluation for accreditation. This was recommended by Rita. I thought it was a good idea. So this was what I brought forward.
Chair, before you would get ready to adjourn, if I may.
Please.
I'm sorry, you went very quickly. That was great, though. The next trustee town hall is September 30th, and it's DEI in action, from equity talk to equity walk. And so you should all have received the email. So I just want to call that to your attention. And one last comment is I'm glad to see that the board expressed confidence in the work of a committee in approving that earlier item. And sometimes a committee can do the heavy lifting for the board.
They can. So I think we're at our last item, unless any trustees have any final parting words. Hearing none, thank you all for staying until Wednesday. And I know, and drive safe and have a good evening, morning, and thank you again. Meeting is officially over.